Good evening. Welcome to the Planning Board's fourth meeting of fiscal year 2019. I'm Cheryl Tagayas, the chair.
Denny Swenson, member.
Richard Beeler, member.
Julie Gibbon, clerk.
William Clark, Planning Director.
Lauren Massey, Assistant Town Planner.
Brian Furs, member.
April Lamarone, member.
Okay, so administrative items on our agenda tonight. Our next meeting dates are September 27th and October 11th. There's a master plan implementation committee. It's going to be posted as a joint meeting, so if board members would like to come, we don't have to worry about how many come. And that's going to be Monday, September 24th at 7 o'clock, and Lauren is at the Council on Aging.
Yes.
And that'll be a presentation of the build-out analysis of the draft Milton Village mixed-use overlay district. So next on yes.
27th, do we have any public hearings that night, do you know?
Right.
We do. It's the continuation of the Milton Marketplace for the second story approval. We had split it into two, so we'll hear the lighting piece tonight, and the structure will be continued at the next hearing. Other than that, we don't have any public hearings.
I'll be out of state, so discuss with Lauren whether I need to call in for that. I'm not sure I'll be available to or not, but I'll figure it out with Lauren.
Okay. Next, we have approval of minutes.
Hey, April.
We have August 8th and August 23rd. There have been some suggested edits to those, so if folks have had a chance to review the edits.
The ones that were already circulated.
Already circulated, yes. And if there are no other edits, I'll take a motion to approve them.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. All right, next is citizens speak. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward? Yes, please do. Good evening. Introduce yourself, please, and your address.
Terry Driscoll, 331 Center Street, Precinct 8. I'm here tonight to speak in regards to item 6 in tonight's agenda. And in full disclosure, I'm the president of the Friends of Milton crew. So I spent a lot of time following the Master Plan Implementation Committee and the meetings they've been holding for the last several months. In particular, I want to talk about the Milton Village waterfront dredging permitting and the Milton Village waterfront boat ramp design permitting, and the funding that's being requested tonight for that. I respectfully ask that this board approve the funding request. The Master Plan Implementation Committee has spent many hours and held several meetings where mixed-use zoning and waterfront access were discussed. Our board, members of our board, have attended many, if not all, those meetings. Through those meetings, it became clear to me that a redesigned boat ramp combined with limited dredging will improve public access and increase recreational opportunities at the Milton Landing site. It has always been our belief that the Milton Landing site lacks enough public access, and what I've been hearing through these meetings, if we can move forward, public access will increase, and I think that would be a real plus for the town of Milton. I've heard the question asked, how we pay for the dredging. It's my understanding that the state has approved some funds that could become available to the town of Milton. The opportunity for Milton to receive these funds will increase if we have a shovel-ready project. The funding requested tonight for the dredging, permitting, and design work, I believe, is the next step to getting us shovel-ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? There'll be opportunity to speak during the public hearing on the zoning articles as we go through them, but is there anyone else who would like to speak to something besides those zoning articles? All right, seeing none. We have about 7 minutes before the public hearing. So I'd like to suggest that we take a look at Under new business, the A&R 15 Mathauer Street. Mr. Hannigan, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Hannigan, representing 15 Matthaus Street LLC. And we're here before you tonight with a Form A and A&R plan to modify the lot lines for a definitive subdivision plan that was approved earlier this year. It's recorded at the Registry of Deeds. And the reason we're here, or I'm here, is in a review before the building department, Joe Prondak opined that the way the lot lines were set up on Lot B, there were two rear lines. I highlighted one of them. The old lot line. So
I've got it, so if you need it, thank you.
So what this does is this extends the I think it's an 85-foot line from where it ends. It's the one that says north 84, 54, 43. It extends to the corner. So in the original plan with the two rear lines, Joe determined that that 85-foot line was not a sideline. So in order to get a sideline, we had to modify the line, so.
So just so these were both deemed to be
Actually,
these two.
this one, and this one were deemed to be rear lot lines, so this didn't qualify as a side lot line. And the reason is the side lot line setback is 10 feet, whereas the rear lot line is typically 30 feet, but it's modified because of the average mean depth. So what we did is we extended this line through thusly, and so this is will be a sideline, a rear line, and a sideline in the front lot.
And so that's consistent with this lot.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, questions?
So that existing family residence is to be raised, okay, thank you.
That was,
Yeah, both the garage and the residence are to be raised.
right,
Yes,
so the orange is what was approved previously and what we signed. And based on this review, the request is to modify it to what's marked in green.
Yes.
I think it's still the intent, personally, I still believe it's the intent that we had when we voted it. And I see this as a minor, yes, Bill?
It's also been accepted, it was brought up originally by the building inspector. He likes this plan a lot more than the other.
Okay.
He thinks it answers the question of side versus rear.
Brian?
The acreage must have changed, right?
The square footage has changed, yeah. Lot B1, which was Lot B, is now 7,728.66 square feet. So that exceeds the minimum of 7,500 square feet. The Lot A1, which was Lot A, is slightly larger. But essentially, they're the same. It's just that corner by the intersection of Beach and Matthaus has been modified.
So does this meet the do we have a plan that meets the requirements for certification? This green plan doesn't, right? It's not,
This green plan was my version of his last plan submitted. I do have a
Which is
plan.
this one right here.
It's just not color
okay,
marked
I'm
up,
sorry.
but it
Can I just
does.
borrow that for a second? That's why I was having
He's
a
got
hard
one
time.
for you, Brian.
Thanks. That's why I was having a hard time with the acreage. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I have one, so, but they may need.
I'll take
Okay,
one.
this one has a
Thank
little bit
you.
more, it has a locus
Okay,
map on
then
it.
I'll take one.
We already requested that in the,
Thank you.
Resident C
Thank you, Lord.
requirements.
Okay, Brian?
You ready for a motion?
I am.
I moved that the boards authorize Director Clark to certify this plan as not needing planning board approval.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so as we're just about to start on the hearing, we're actually going to take the articles out of in a different order. They have now been numbered by the warrant committee for the October 2018 town meeting. We're going to take them in that order. And since our last meeting, Town Council John Flynn has reviewed all articles and made modifications to all of them. So what we're going to do is have those on the screen. We're going to go through each article, have an overview of it, seek public comment on it, discuss it, if necessary, make revisions live here. But we'll hold off our vote until the end after we review all the articles, so that we'll do one vote on it. We've discussed this with Town Council John Flynn and decided that this would be a reasonable way to go so that we can close the public hearing before we have our vote. Did I cover everything, Lauren, that I said I was going to cover? Yes? Okay. So with that, it is 7:15, and we will open the public hearing on the zoning articles for the October 2018 special town meeting. So Article 1. Lauren, are you going to take this one, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Article 1 is a proposed amendment to Section 5 of the zoning bylaw regarding height regulations. There really is technically there is no change proposed. This is really a correction of a clerical error. There's an intent to replace language that was lost during an amendment from October 2014 town meeting. During that town meeting, there was an amendment proposed, and then the clerical error arose when the decision read, so that Section 5 as amended shall read, and then it included the language for just Section 5, subsection A1. In effect, it eliminated all of the text there after that section, so the building inspector has recommended that we propose this amendment to reinstate the language that was lost.
Okay, so is there anyone here in the audience who would like to provide any comments on this article? All right, Mr. Flynn has just joined us. We're on Article 1, and Lauren just explained it. We just opened, yeah, so would you like to join us at the table? Thank you. So, Town Council John Flynn has joined us. Are there any comments about this article? So, actually, something else I should have mentioned. The way these will go forward will be recommendations that will go to the warrant committee, because what goes into the warrant will be their recommendation. So the actual language that we voted on previously to begin the process is still the base language, so these will become the recommendation if the warrant committee accepts them the way we submit them. They are having a meeting on Monday evening to discuss these revised articles. Okay, so if there's no discussion, we'll move on to Article 2.
Article 2 is a proposal to amend Section 3A10 of the zoning bylaws regarding home occupation use. This was an article that was brought to us by, again, the building commissioner with support from the town clerk. The proposed changes is to change every instance of the word town clerk to building commissioner and every instance of business certificate to occupancy permit. As it stands right now, the home occupation use, an applicant is directed to go to the town clerk's office to obtain a business certificate. From there, the town clerk sends them to the building commissioner to obtain an occupancy permit. This will streamline the process and take it out of the town clerk's hands.
So also, there's language, Lauren, if you'll scroll down to, there. So at our last meeting, we discussed, I think, Brian, you had a question about whether paragraph B was clear, in terms, as clear as it could be, so whether we should take a look at this. So, so Mr. Flynn took a look at this and suggested this language. So I don't know if you, John, want to comment on that any further, or no?
No.
Okay.
So you can't have employees.
So this would be, you still cannot have employees, but you can have customers, clients, et cetera, come to your home business. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on Article 2? Is there any further discussion,
I'm wondering if this makes sense.
the way it's written?
Yeah, I mean, is that our intent as a board, I guess, that you can't have any employees that don't reside in your home?
So the underlying article has been on the books for some time, and, you know, Mr. Prondak and Ms. Galvin had made the suggestion of just changing the party who's responsible. I think there are other, you know, questions about whether there's other amendments that might come from this.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering,
yeah,
because I
so-
think this one amendment changes what was.
Right, that's
And
right.
and it may be okay, I don't know, but I don't know if we really discussed it.
Are you suggesting we might want to consider that an employee could be?
Yeah, possibly.
Where is the town on that today? Do we know?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, I don't know if we know.
Is it silent
I
on
don't
that?
think-
I mean, it must be silent on that today.
Yeah, it says there shall be no more than 3 persons in the home occupation, but it doesn't say they have to live there. Oh, yeah, it does. Only persons residing in
yeah.
the dwelling.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, I think what, my question the other night was really intended more for clients than it was for employees, to make sure that we were authorizing that they could receive a client in their home. Engage in- Because the way I read it previously, only persons residing in the dwelling may engage in the home occupation. That would have suggested to me that you couldn't be a client because you'd be engaging in the home
Right.
occupation.
So this clarifies that.
So that clarifies that. I think you can now have clients.
I guess the piece that makes me confused is that you can have 3 people engaged in managing or operating the business, but they have to live there, which seems weird.
Well, the difference, arguably, would be a traffic impact of having employees come to the home, or parking impact of employees coming to the home. You're going to have that with clients as well, but arguably you could have clients in addition to those 2 additional employees, or 2 additional employees.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on it if no one else cares. I just thought I would flag it. It just seemed odd. But perhaps that's what Joe intended.
I'm not
and-
sure that I don't care. I definitely care. I think that I would argue, I think it's going to come up at town meeting. And I think perhaps we see how town meeting feels about it.
Yeah.
And potentially entertain a friendly amendment on the floor if people seem inclined to
Strongly.
have people have employees.
I don't know the history of this article, but I think Mr. Prondak said that it was when Clerk Mullen was town clerk, that it's when this was passed, but I don't know really beyond that. So I do think it's a good question. I think a lot more people work from home, and if they had a part-time employee,
Yeah, or like a subcontractor or something.
yeah, something, it does seem worthy of discussion. Yes, Rich?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I agree. I think you'd probably have to put even more language in there, though, because then you could, now, what if I wanted to hire somebody to work out of my house 9 to 5 every single day? You know what I mean? Or 2 or 3 people. You know what I mean? So you'd probably want to, I don't know if that would be the intention of those comments. So you'd probably
That's the
have to
thing that
really.
just seems weird is that who has 3 people that live in the same household that all operate and manage the same business?
I take that as like if I have 3 people in my family and we're all
Yeah.
operating the business, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a
what if we
strange
had a
thing,
4th?
right?
I don't know. They're not allowed in the family business?
I mean, so I can suggest perhaps, like some construction companies, you
Sure.
know, one of the spouse might do the administrative work.
Bookkeeping.
Maybe a child gets involved in the business. They're off-site mostly because they're doing the work, but they run the business out of the house.
Yeah,
That's an example.
I
that
just
can
feel like,
think
though,
of,
if you're
but-
going to start running a larger operation and have lots of employees come over, maybe you should be looking at a commercial.
Oh, yeah, I think that's the intent, is
Yeah.
that if you get bigger, you're looking at commercial
Yeah.
office space, right? So I think, given what we discussed, we're going to leave it this the way it is and go to Article 3. Lauren, you want to cover this one, right?
Sure, let me just pull it up. Okay, Article 3 is a proposed amendment to Section 7K of the zoning bylaw regarding parking in the front and side yard setbacks. The idea behind this was brought to us by a citizen regarding concerns of excessive paving of side yards. After a conversation with the building commissioner, there was proposal for this amendment here. It would restrict the paving of side yard setbacks to no more than 30% of that setback area. It's important to note that this would only affect corner lots.
And you have a diagram now.
I have 2 illustrations.
Right, okay.
So as this particular bylaw currently stands, it does not allow for more than 30% of the front setback area to be paved. As this amendment is proposing on a corner lot, it would apply to both the front and side yard setback. It would allow for no more than 30% of each of these setback areas to be paved.
Is there anyone here who would like to address the board on this article? I see 2. Take your pick of who will come first.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Joe Sloan, 55 Concord Avenue, and I think I might be the citizen who brought this to your attention a while back, and I very much appreciate that the planning board agreed to carry this forward and that this will go to town meeting. Just very quickly, the reasoning behind bringing it to your attention is that in the part of Milton where I live, which is in Precinct 10 and also in Precinct 1, in the past few years, we've seen a steady increase on the paving of side yards. You might remember I brought some photos, some graphics of people paving in between houses where you would just think it would be inconceivable to put a driveway. So this is a result of some good conversation with the building commissioner. I think we have all agreed that there needs to be an educational piece that goes along with this. We're seeing very opportunistic paving contractors in town who, I had one knock on my door who said a familiar refrain, we're paving a driveway down the street. We happen to have a little extra asphalt with us and we could do your driveway too. There are companies advertising on the internet that, quote, will take care of all the permits required. And I sent an email to one and asked about permits in Milton and they said, oh, don't worry about that. So I think this is a very important thing. I think when it gets presented to town meeting, I think a graphic would be, maybe a little more refined than this graphic between now and then. I think that we can't stress the importance of educating town meeting members who may not be aware of this because it may not be something that would happen in their neighborhood. I think building commissioner has said he has some very specific instances in very specific parts of town. I think that it represents a degradation of the neighborhoods when this happens. And I appreciate you carrying it forward. Hope that we're successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whiteside, welcome.
Thank you. Alexander Whiteside, town meeting member, Precinct 9. I don't see that this applies only to corner lots, it applies to any lot. And a lot of these lots in the C district have the driveway that goes directly up one side of the lot, and then they put 2 or 3 cars in there, and that's the way they park. And I would suggest that 30%, a lot of the existing driveways, and they're right next to each other along the lot line, if you know the C district. A lot of them would not would take up more than 30%. And so I don't know if you've investigated whether or not this percentage is the correct percentage, but I have my doubts that it is.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Flynn, we've talked about, I'm sorry, anybody else who would like to speak to this in the audience? Okay, great. So, Mr. Flynn, we've talked about this and wanting to make sure that this applies only to corner lots. So, is this something where you can review the language?
Yes.
For us here? And I don't know what that means for how, if that can be done this evening and we can still take our votes, or whether that needs to somehow follow.
So if we have, are we open to discussion?
Sure, well, he's reviewing.
Well, yeah, on the 30% question. So if we have driveways in town that are already more than 30%, then that would create an enforcement issue for Joe Prondak, because how would he know which one's breaking the rule from today on as opposed to grandfathered in?
Well, I think, first of all, the side yard that's next to a side yard is something that we did talk about and say that we did identify would be problematic for the residency district. What we wanted to address was the corners. And I think while it may be somewhat harder, we still need to have an enforcement that a permit's required to get to do a driveway, correct, Bill?
I'm not sure you only address corner lots with this.
We don't. I don't.
You don't.
I agree with that. I think Mr. Whiteside's pointed out something that's accurate, and we have always discussed this being referring to corners only. I don't support it if it's not on corner lots.
Right.
I made that clear a while ago because I shared the same concern that was voiced by Mr. Whiteside. That would make a lot of these lots really much less usable for folks to be able to park the cars.
I think there was consensus on that when we discussed it
Yeah.
before. So I guess if Mr. Flynn can think about that while we're here, maybe we can move on to another one and then come back to this, okay? Is there, well, I guess before we do that, is there general support for addressing this on the corner lots as discussed before? Generally supportive of that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then we'll come back to Article 3. Article 4.
Okay. Article 4 is a proposal to remove the entire text of Section 4 and replace with the following amended text. I'll give a little bit of background before I get into the details here. An amendment from the 2017 October town meeting provided that 1- and 2-family pre-existing non-conforming structures would be allowed to extend their non-conformity by special permit. Previously, this had to be done through a variance. The intent of that 2017 October town meeting amendment was to ease the burden on homeowners who wanted to extend a pre-existing non-conforming structure. Typically a variance process, it's a lengthy process, it's very legally challenging and can often present a financial burden. So this, in essence, did attempt to make that easier. However, there is a provision that said, and quote, provided that the intrusion into the setback area is no greater than the average intrusion into the relevant setback area of existing single and 2-family residential structures within 300 feet, and provided that the extension of such an existing dimensional nonconformity will be architecturally consistent with the existing structure and neighboring structures. That language has presented some problems according to the building commissioner. He feels the 300-foot radius requirement can be burdensome to applicants who have to have surveying done to prove architecturally consistent with the existing structures nearby. He feels that also that the Board of Appeals, who would be the special permit granting authority in this situation, they have judgment and experience with making that decision without this specific requirement. So this proposal is started off as an attempt to remove that language with a 300-foot requirement. However, it turned into, while correcting this, an opportunity to simplify the entire bylaw. So as written in this proposal, the language is simplified. It breaks it into relevant paragraphs that are easier to understand. And it also clarifies specifically later down in the paragraph. I will scroll to that section. Where are we? There's a reference to the building envelope, which I also have a diagram for. It clarifies specifically the building envelope for additions that will allow for an extension without going beyond the existing encroachments into a non-conforming use. I'll put the diagram up, it's easier than me explaining. So for example, on the board here, we have a pre-existing non-conforming home. A little hard to read. So if this is the existing requirement of the setback, and this is what our if this is a pre-existing non-conforming home, this is the required setback, but here's the actual where the building ends, creating the non-conformity. The term of the building envelope here is in essence to allow a proposed addition to extend to that existing non-conforming line without going further than the existing nonconformity dimensional wise. So that's the clarification here with the building envelope.
Brian?
I don't remember when we did this, so I don't remember who else was on the board at the time. But I remember the original proposal to change the language the first time. In my recollection, could be wrong, but my recollection is that this was our original conversation, was to allow expansion within the existing nonconformity as long as the nonconformity wasn't made any worse. And my recollection is at the time, the board decided that that wasn't what we wanted to do, and therefore went with the language that we came up with. I'm absolutely happy to consider this. At the time, the example given was if someone had a wraparound porch on their home that extended into the side yard setback, and their building was higher than what was allowed, not necessarily at the porch, but at some point on the house was above the existing setback, you could arguably increase the building envelope all the way up to that original height around the porch. So, and the board was not supportive of that. This is a different board. We can certainly consider it, but I just want to know if this addresses that.
I think we need to look at the language, actually, Lauren, because the second paragraph, a valid pre-existing non-conforming single-family or two-family structure. So that's this one, right? Then it says, may be extended or altered as of right within the existing building envelope or within a height and setback which conform with the dimensional requirements of the bylaw. So my understanding was that you would be able to go to this and build within this.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Within this portion, but not this portion.
Right.
Unless you got a variance for this portion. I thought that that's what this language said.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well,
That's how Joe described it to us.
Yeah. So should have we do this diagram for the warrant committee or for town meeting. I think we need two different colors there. And John, if you could look at that language and confirm that understanding is what this says.
Yes, I agree with your interpretation.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay. The other thing that this article is as we may all recall, is that the second to last paragraph, which has to do with the business district, rather than requiring a special permit absolutely in every case, Joe suggested this language, this language revision, which, so authorization by special permit of a subsequent use in a building in the business district shall not be required where the only nonconformity in the building and use is in the dimensions or setback of the building where the prior use is a valid pre-existing use, where the subsequent use is the same one or one that is normally permitted without a special permit or variance in the business district. And then we had this discussion that we wanted to excluding sales rooms and repair shops for motor vehicles, garages, filling stations, and/or storage warehouses. And where the parking requirements conform to the, so in any case, you wouldn't be able to do this without the special permit if you didn't meet the parking requirements. So this was something that he felt would make it less onerous for businesses that are otherwise just transferring. So those are the two major changes in the article. Is there anyone here in the audience who'd like to speak to this article? Yes, please come forward, Mr. Whiteside.
I've introduced myself. I'm not going to keep doing it. Second paragraph, 4 lines down where it says building envelope beyond the limits. I believe it means existing building envelope or beyond the limits. Add the word or between envelope and beyond. I think that's the meaning you're trying to get at. Next sentence, just be consistent, don't capitalize special permit or capitalize it wherever it appears, either one. Next paragraph, footprint, I think is one word.
It is in this case.
The fourth paragraph, it says,
You're a little too fast for me. Which line in the?
third paragraph, 3 lines down, footprint, 2
Got
words,
it,
I think
okay.
is one word.
Thank you.
Next paragraph, first line, it says structures or uses. I take out the words or uses because the language doesn't apply to uses, it applies to structures. And finally, in the last paragraph, I think it's important to mention the requirements for granting a special permit in Section 9C, not just assume that everyone will immediately gravitate to Section 9C. So I would add, the Board of Appeals must be satisfied that the requirements of Section 9C have been met, subject to any appropriate conditions and limitations. And then the word and it goes on, and that such extension alteration will not substantially increase any detrimental or injurious effect. So those are my suggestions.
Alex, do you have those written down that you could share with Lauren if we wanted to make those live?
I will share this with Lauren and take it back when I come back up.
Thank you.
Thank you. These seem like reasonable suggestions. John?
Yes.
Okay. So, Lauren, we did talk about doing this live, so can we go ahead and do these things live? And then we'll go to see if anyone else would like to speak to this article. So you have on the second paragraph, right?
Alex has a different version than I have.
Oh, no. Okay, so what I wrote down was after the word envelope and before the word beyond, inserting the word or. That was, I have it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down. I'll point it out, okay? Wait, don't move it. You had it. Right here.
Right here?
Right there, the word "or." For consistency, don't capitalize that and that. Remove the space here.
Footprint.
Okay, wait. Yeah, go, keep going. Delete or uses. Now, I didn't get the exact language for this last paragraph, so I'm hoping that Alex has that for you there. If you go down to the last paragraph, right after that, he had some language to insert. While Lauren's typing, I'll just ask if there's anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this article. Okay. So, board members, any comments or any further thoughts about the changes?
I appreciate the changes.
Yeah, I support them.
Okay, good. John, any comments from you?
They all seem reasonable.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll...
Could someone please just read the last insert in the last
Okay.
paragraph?
Sure, so,
Do you want me to read the whole paragraph?
yes.
As a basis for any special permit provided for herein, the Board of Appeals must be satisfied that the requirements of Section 9C have been met, subject to any appropriate conditions and limitations, and such extension, alteration, reconstruction, or replacement, and the extended or altered structure or use to be made thereof will not substantially increase any detrimental or injurious effect of the building or use on the neighborhood.
You have an and that?
And that.
And that such extension.
Okay. All right, I think I agree that these are good changes, so thank you, Mr. Whiteside. With that, we'll move to Article 5.
Save it.
Brian, would you mind giving an overview on this one? Or would you like Lauren to give the overview?
I can give it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, traffic impact. This is, we've discussed this at previous moments on this board when we were considering submitting warrants, and in the past, we've been looking to create a fund in which we could deposit mitigation monies for traffic, and we were corrected appropriately and told that we needed to first put together the criteria, and so we've done that with this. This is a traffic impact mitigation article. The intention of this article is to allow this board to assign a monetary contribution to developments in lieu of actual traffic mitigation when a project has a traffic impact that is demonstrated through a traffic study. The goal of this is to make sure that projects that are impacting our traffic are having a meaningful, taking meaningful measures to offset that traffic. We've used East Milton as an example in the past to talk about an area where there's fragmented ownership. And as various proposals potentially come into this board, there may be an opportunity to aggregate funding from these different potential developers and different potential owners that are making improvements to their property to collect a larger sum of money that over time would be able to then be used to offset all of the mitigation from the different projects that may be called for in a master traffic study or master plan for traffic in the town. So for instance, the town is working currently on studying traffic in East Milton. if it was determined that a couple of traffic signals were required, and that would help greatly, future projects that certainly may not demonstrate the size or density to warrant contributing a traffic signal to East Milton may be able to contribute funds in lieu of that, in lieu of otherwise offsetting their traffic, which could then later be used in an aggregation to put such a light in. So that's sort of the intention of the article. This article was drawn from language from various towns around Massachusetts which have mitigation funds that was gathered by MAPC research. Those towns include Marshfield, Dedham, Woburn, Braintree, Lexington. Those are all the Massachusetts towns. Needham, Framingham, and Natick. And I'm just looking to see if I'm skipping any.
While you look, may I add that one of the other things that I think is important is that there also could be mitigation for pedestrian and bicycle improvements, and also towards the Complete Streets program. So that understanding that certain kinds of development might have an impact not just on vehicles, but it could have an impact on bicycle accommodation and pedestrian accommodation.
The MAPC guidelines for these mitigation funds were very helpful. They really laid out what you need to do in order to make your traffic impact mitigation both effective and arguably legal, or at least more legal and more sustainable in a legal challenge. You are required before such impact mitigation can be proposed by the board, there needs to be a demonstration of traffic impacts through specific requirements of a traffic study. There needs to be specific establishment of how that traffic can be mitigated and the costs, potential costs associated with it, and plan to deal with it. There's an establishment of TDM goals in here, which transportation demand management goals. Those are sort of what some of the things that Cheryl's referring to. They demonstrate opportunities for both residences and much more focused on commercial ways to minimize the amount of traffic that's associated with various trips for businesses. It includes bicycle sharing programs. It includes incentives for carpooling, incentives for public transportation. And then there's specific requirements that we demonstrate how the mitigation payments are calculated. There are specific requirements with how the funds be held, and then there's specific requirements about how those funds may be spent. So all of that is laid out here in this article.
Right.
I don't know if you want us to go through section
Well, I
by
just wanted to
section.
point out, just because I think it's important, I actually did get an email today from Lee Toma of the Bicycle Advisory Committee about when talking about traffic to please talk about pedestrians and bicyclists and the Complete Streets program. And I know that we did do that, and so I just want to make sure that we point that out as well. It's on the last page, the paragraph that begins, "The fund shall be held separate." And if we go there, it says, then down on the fourth line, it said, "The fund may be used for the implementation of a Complete Streets program, traffic calming measures, maintenance and improvement of traffic regulation and control, road improvements, traffic control signals, street lighting, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, sidewalks, and other public improvements related to traffic safety." So I just want to make sure that that is understood by folks who are watching. And then I just also want to, because we all know the lingo, MAPC, for those who don't know, is the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. And when Brian referenced MAPC in terms of guidelines, they have spent time developing guidelines on this type of article and language. With that, does anybody here in the audience wish to speak to this article? Okay, two people. Mr. Whiteside, please come forward.
I've got quite a few comments, but just initially, this has to do with an application for a special permit, and it talks about revocations of occupancy permits and denials and revocation of the special permit. And it seems to me that this is zoning, and that it should be a zoning bylaw, not a general bylaw. What do you think, John?
We'll let Town Council John Flynn respond to that.
It's proposed to be a zoning bylaw amendment. Are we talking about Article 5?
Article 5. Mhm.
It's drafted to
It is
be an
at the
amendment to
top
the
of the
zoning
zoning.
bylaws.
What I'm reading, it was just, it was to amend the general bylaws. That was what was sent to the planning board. Has it been changed to the general bylaws known as the zoning bylaws?
Yes.
Okay. But it was,
Okay.
when you submitted it, it was supposed to be a general bylaw, as I understood it. In any event, if it's a zoning bylaw, that's good.
It is now. I don't have in front of me what it was, but, okay. Please
Do we have
continue.
a complete streets program?
We do.
Good. Under development traffic impact standards, just initially it says planned unit development district. There's no such thing as a planned unit development district. You'd better define it. Because when there's a planned unit development, it exists in whatever zoning district it exists in. It isn't a special district of its own. And the only overlay district would be the Brook Road overlay district. So this mitigation fund would have a limited impact the way it's currently defined.
Alex, before you go on, was that underneath the determination of traffic
It's the
impact?
first sentence.
The first sentence on which page, I'm sorry?
Under determination of
Oh,
traffic.
okay, yeah. And that is something that John Flynn did look at this language on this paragraph, so we can come back to that, so.
Okay. Development traffic impact standards. There apparently are some criteria set forth by the Transportation Research Board of the National Research Council. I Googled those, and I didn't find the criteria. And you can't subject something to criteria that no one knows what they are. These criteria needs to be identified.
Can you identify that location again, with the section?
One, level of service.
Okay, thanks, got it. Thank you.
Second line.
Yep, see it, thank you.
Determined according to criteria. And I Googled it, I couldn't find the criteria. And then it says, later in that same paragraph, scenic and residential streets. There's something called a scenic road, but it's not a scenic street, it's a scenic road. It's if that's what you're referring to, fine. And what's a residential street? Is it a street in a residence district? If so, then there won't be too many other streets in the business districts. You have to define what a residential street is. Determination of traffic impact. I think that you refer to you talk about the special permit submission requirements established in, and then you refer to the various sections, because the special permit requirements are all in the separate articles in the appendix. So if you're going to refer to them all, you've got a ton of references to make.
Are you talking about that first paragraph under determination of traffic impact?
Determination of traffic impact, it says, special permit application submission requirements as established in section. And these requirements are all in the separate articles in the appendix. So if you're going to refer to them, you've got to refer to all of them.
So we're going to look at some revised language here that Mr. Flynn provided, Alex, so you can take a look at with us on that, okay?
You refer to a registered professional traffic engineer. I Googled it, don't find it. I find a professional traffic operations engineer, and don't know if that's what you're referring to here or not. but I don't find the registered professional traffic engineer.
If that was not capitalized and therefore not a defined term, would that resolve your concern?
Or should it just
Well,
be
a traffic
licensed?
engineer, I mean, whatever professional you want, you
Licensed traffic
should
engineer.
define. I mean, an engineer, is a traffic engineer a specific part of engineering?
I actually don't know if there's separate licensing for that. I don't know.
I mean, they're saying you've got to be a traffic engineer. If you don't know what a traffic engineer is, it doesn't seem to me like a good plan. But whatever it is, it should be defined. Traffic conditions in the vicinity of the proposed project, that's pretty vague. The vicinity of the proposed project. I suppose that this is something the town engineer would say, I think the vicinity has to be bigger. Is the town engineer on board with doing all this work? Because it's pretty specialized. And I know that the town engineer feels that he already has a lot to do. Here you've got the developer, well, this is under A, determination of scope. The developer determines the scope of what the developer plans to do, and then provides a written statement to the special permit granting authority saying whether he agrees or disagrees. And if he agrees, fine. If he disagrees, a note goes into the file that the town engineer disagrees. But it shouldn't, if he disagrees, shouldn't that disagreement be worked out before the whole thing goes to hearing? I mean, this is for the application. It does seem to me that if the town engineer, and I don't think the town engineer is going to like this, decides that he wants more, then there should be a way for him to get more, rather than to have the whole thing go to hearing and then say, well, we think you should provide more. So, the C, projected traffic conditions. It says if a proposed principal use is not listed in said publication. Presumably, this goes back to these criteria that weren't defined initially.
Can I ask a question, Alex? Your point before this, maybe the town engineer could come up with a defined area. Brian, maybe you might have a better idea, but like traffic within
A certain
traffic
radius?
impacts, yeah, within a certain radius. I don't know. Maybe that's a conversation with the town engineer. Or maybe you have language in mind.
I think the concern was, it's valid, I actually think that if you look at a project that's on a main road, the impact could be 2 miles away at a traffic light. So it's the question about what vicinity means is a very good question. I think having the traffic engineer, having the town engineer help us define what the scope is probably a good solution. Whether he wants to do it or not, that's for Mike Dennehy to figure out, frankly.
On the last comment, Alex, I'm trying to read here.
This is said publication?
I'm sorry?
The last comment was, I was referring to said publication in C.
Oh, in C, okay.
In C, it says, if it's not listed in said publication, and presumably this has to do with these criteria, from the Transportation Research Board of the National Research Council. I guess. I mean, I don't know what the publication is, but I think the publication should be identified.
Okay.
Where going down to, these pages I have aren't numbered, but it's the special permit granting authority shall have option to require peer review. And then it said it shall have the discretion to require at least one or more TDM programs, and presumably it could require all the TDM programs if it wanted to. And it seems to me that there needs to be some sort of standard here, because look at all these TDM programs. I mean, if the planning board can tell businesses that they've got to stagger their work hours and provide T-passes and all this other stuff, if they require all this, they pretty well have the opportunity to kill any project they want to. And I think that any zoning needs to be reasonable, and that's not reasonable. And there should be standards here to determine just what it can require, because it not only can require all these TDM standards, it can then say, we want you to make a payment.
Can I speak to that for a second?
Sure.
This word was supposed to be changed.
Which word, sorry?
Demand.
Yeah.
We've discussed this 3 times.
Okay, so we missed it.
We've
What's it gonna be?
discussed that we not only is it totally unreasonable for us to be able to demand all of these, which I agree with. I don't think it's lawful. I think we discussed that the planning board doesn't have in Massachusetts the right to demand anything for TDM. It's more that it's supposed to recommend or encourage, and we were trying to find a word that was the most that wasn't recommend and was more strongly encouraged, that was more of a was as close to demand as we could get without demanding it, but it was supposed to be recommend or encourage or something.
I think
along those
strongly
lines.
encourages language is used frequently for things that can't be demanded, but I don't know if Alex has any other suggested language for that.
I think the words require, demand,
Strongly encourage.
I don't think those are
I think strongly
good
encourage.
words to
I think
use.
strongly encourage is appropriate.
Okay, so
This word was not supposed to be demand. We've gone through that a couple of times.
all right. Alex, keep going.
All TDM plans shall be subject to review by the planning department. Do we know what the planning department is? It's a capitalized word. Do we have a planning department?
We do.
It's planning and
That's
community.
what it's referred
If
to.
you go to the town website and click planning department, you'll find the information for Bill, myself, and Julia.
I understand that, but is it defined? I mean, you work for the planning department.
Yes.
Okay. This 2-year, okay, there's where it says all projects must maintain the minimum number of TDM programs required, you see required by the SP. This paragraph right after the list of all of them isn't consistent with encouragement, because it basically says you lose your special permit if you don't do them.
Compliance.
And that's not what you want to say. I don't think that's what you want to say if it's just encouragement that you start off with.
So the word compliance is the issue? Is that the way I'm reading it?
Well, all projects must maintain the minimum number of TDM programs required by the SPGA. I suppose if the SPGA requires no programs,
Then you have nothing.
but that, that gets confusing. I mean, someone reading this would get confused about what was required. In other words, I think that the whole paragraph probably
I'd take the
is
whole
not,
paragraph out because demand
is
is
not
down.
needed.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
All right, so there's the recommendation to delete the entire paragraph by Brian.
Okay, the payments are the payments. And you can say that the board has a discretion to impose these things. You probably should, have some standards. And so that, because all these amounts are up to, they don't say that you have to get 300 per parking space, 300 per loading dock, and 450 per residential unit. It's up to that it says. So it would be helpful if there were some standard as to how the board is going to determine how much of a mitigation fee to exact. And the other thing is that, as you know, currently we require developers to do traffic studies. And in the special permit to do mitigation. Just directly, we say, this is what you've got to do, and it's part of the permit. This money somehow goes into a fund, and then someone in conjunction, the planning board in consultation with the head of the Department of Public Works determines where it may go. I mean, doing it directly would be a lot easier than putting the money into a fund and then taking it out. But
I think that what you mentioned definitely applies to the larger projects and still would. This is a way to capture some of the smaller ones that might not have that larger mitigation measure as a reasonable requirement in their special permit. So I
well,
agree.
I mean, this is to capture some money from the big projects.
No, I disagree.
Otherwise,
I actually
you wouldn't have any
totally
money.
disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. This is to capture money from the smaller projects that can't otherwise make an impact on the area that they're affecting. But there's nothing a small property owner making a small change to their project that will increase the traffic, but there's nothing they can do in East Milton with the amount of appropriate money coming out of a project of a small size that would make any difference. So if you have 10 projects coming into East Milton that all affect traffic, but are only really going to warrant $10,000 or $15,000 of contribution, there's nothing they can do with $10,000 or $15,000. This is meant to aggregate those smaller projects. Something like the Falcone project, that's a big project. That can afford to mitigate. That can afford to actually do something that's meaningful in East Milton.
Other comments, Alex?
Well, I mean, this is a 10% increase in floor area, 10 or more parking spaces, and 7,500 square feet or more of floor area triggers TIM. So, and that would trigger, I mean, it's above that. I mean, it certainly, it certainly would apply to the big projects. And, if the planning board isn't going to hit the developer twice, that would be great, because, I mean, you want to be reasonable.
I think one way to think about it is, just like if we have a 10% affordable housing requirement and we had 12 units and we have 1.2 units required, well, we could get the 1 unit, and the 0.2 is a monetary contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust. I kind of view this as the same way. You might get your one thing done, and then you might get a contribution if it's larger, if it's something larger. If it's not one of the smaller
You
ones
might
that
get
Brian
both.
talks. You might get both, right?
Right.
Yep.
And where you say the amount of the contribution shall be prorated in a mixed-use building, why prorated? I mean, if you've got a loading dock, fine. If you've got
All right,
a,
can you point the page again?
this is right after the list of prices.
Okay.
It-
Second to
Right,
last page. then.
the last paragraph, it says the contribution shall be prorated to reflect the ratio of the uses. You don't have to prorate it because the formula is $300 per parking space for any commercial or retail use, $300 for a loading dock, and $450 for a residential unit. No proration necessary.
So if you have a commercial building that also has a portion of the property that's distribution and some apartments on top, which is unlikely, but
I mean, you $450 for the apartments,
right, so that's what this is allowing you to do, is to prorate.
$300 for the loading dock.
Right, that's what you're allowing them to
I
do.
don't think it needs to be prorated. Where you say the money's,
You're not charging $300 per loading dock, you're charging $300 per loading dock for any distribution or warehouse
all right,
facility.
okay. Where you say money's contributed by a specific applicant, I don't think these monies are going to be contributed. They're going to be paid, and they're going to probably be paid with some disagreeable words.
Where's the word?
This is on the next page, 3 lines up in the paragraph. I think just monies paid by a specific applicant.
Still looking for the spot, sorry.
Is it after the list of dollar amounts? Is that where you're at, money contribution? What?
Yeah, well, the next paragraph, it says the fund shall be held, and at the end it said furthers monies contributed by a specific applicant.
I see the word, I got it.
I would just say monies
But under
paid.
section, but under the same, if you, on the next section of that, they, under number 3 on the last page, you kept, if we don't spend the money within a certain amount of time, we have to give it back. So it's,
Well, you have to, yeah, I guess. I just wonder, I know that where you have a bond, there is a state law that goes on at great length on how you go after the bond. And this is just one sentence saying the town can grab the money and do whatever needs to be done, and I have a feeling that that's not a legal procedure.
where does it, I want to know where it says that.
It says in the last paragraph, if the applicant fails to complete any required mitigation, the town shall be authorized to complete such measures with the surety payments.
That's
and with the
mitigation
mitigation
measures.
payments, to the extent required.
That's mitigation measures, that has nothing to do with the fund.
Well, it comes, the money comes out of the fund.
No, it's 2 different things. The mitigation measures are when you have to go put in a traffic light. The fund is the fund. The fund, the town spends that money.
But the town can use this money for the mitigation measures.
No.
That's what it says.
So mitigation
Doesn't say
payment
that.
is capitalized, so there's a definition of the mitigation payment earlier, is that right?
No.
No?
The completion of mitigation measures deals with surety for mitigation measures that are assigned to a project. The fund is in lieu of or in addition to those mitigation
Right.
measures
Yep.
for which you're establishing a surety bond. The fund is how the fund is distributed or not distributed is handled in 1 through 5 above that. Establishing a clear and proximate link between the impact of the development and the work being done, well-defined process to monitor the progress, the timeline in which it has to be spent, and if it's not spent, it has to be given back, how the revenue is held, and ensuring the clear transfer of the responsibility and the change of ownership.
Well,
So
it says
it's 2 different things.
Your surety is, it says right on completion of mitigation measures, surety has been established in a sum sufficient to ensure completion of mitigation measures. 100% of that.
100% of mitigation measures that are assigned, having nothing to do with the fund.
What is the fund for if not for mitigation?
Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Flynn if he has an opinion. We have 2 different opinions at the table. Or maybe he needs time to think about it. And while he's doing that, Alex, do you have any further
wrap up.
comments?
Wrap up. How the amount of the surety shall be established by the SPGA might be addressed. And to say that you can't get a building permit until all the mitigation has been done and signed off for by the town engineer, I mean, what if it may be something that will take years to complete. I mean, to say that you can't get a building permit for years if it's an ongoing program, it just seems to me that's not right.
It says occupancy permit, not building
It's
permit.
occupancy.
Right.
Okay, occupancy permit.
Yes, and that's, once we grant the occupancy permit, we have very little leverage then after that. So I think I would be concerned as you would if it said building permit, but it does say occupancy permit.
The building permit is just for the surety above, right?
Right.
Yes.
But his point about an ongoing program, I mean, it will be an ongoing program. It might be, not.
Might be install a traffic light and go away.
And then you shouldn't get your
And then hand it
occupancy.
over to the town. Be very unlikely that I mean, I can think of a few, but most traffic mitigation measures are going to get handed over to the town after they're completed, like a traffic signal and those type of things.
You can, if
they're
you
not
have
gonna own it.
curb extensions or crosswalks additions or striping, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking that would probably come from this fund.
But like, especially if we're trying to get that
Are the
small.
public bidding laws implicated here, John, in doing the public work?
Not if the developer does it, no.
Right, so there's certain things that the developer would do if it was a mitigation, certain things the town would do if there were funds put into the mitigation fund.
But if
Because
you-
then they're going to be in the aggregate. You're not going to ask 3 developers to cooperate with one another to install a sidewalk extension.
If the town procures the work, then the town has to follow the state bidding laws. If the developer does it, the developer's not obligated to.
So for example, if the town, I mean, it may be that a lot of what the town does is done through capital projects and it's bonded. However, there might be smaller things like striping, like restriping crosswalks or bicycle lanes, because those things rub off constantly, for which these funds could be tapped if it's in that area, right? So it still has to be in the area of the project or the projects, Brian? That's the first thing on your list of criteria, right? Okay, so,
Okay, finally, just, if you require a traffic light, and you say, until you install this traffic light, you can't have an occupancy permit, don't you think the town has control over how long it's going to take to install that traffic light?
It depends on who does it. If the town does it, clearly, if the town puts it out to bid, if it's required to be bid, then they can put in the contract what the completion time is. So either way, we have a measure of control over that aspect of the project, yes.
But if the town delays unnecessarily, why should the developer be denied an occupancy permit?
Because
If
the
the town
planning
says,
board.
we've got to design this traffic light, we've got to study this intersection that you require mitigation on, and, it takes some time. I mean, it does seem to me you need an escape hatch for the developer if it's the town's delay, or not delay, just the town's process that
Well-
is involved.
well, the thing is, either they're going to have to do the mitigation themselves as part of their project, or they're going to put the contribution into the fund, in which they're not being delayed at all once they put the money into the fund, so I don't, yes?
Just a quick question. So under A, B, and C, A, it's the requirement to receive the money, and then B, all mitigation measures have been certified by the town engineer, but if you wanted to edit that, couldn't you just edit the as complete? Because at that point, payments have been received, everything's been approved on what's going to happen. So I guess if you agree with what Mr. Whiteside is saying, then couldn't you just edit the as complete? Because at that point, because what are we worried about? Them not actually paying, not getting?
No, it's two,
No,
there are
it's
two
just-
separate things going on in
Right.
this
Okay.
bylaw. So if I could, just for a moment. You've got, this bylaw establishes the right for the planning board to do two things. all according to certain criteria that's laid out in the determination of traffic impact section. Letter E, traffic mitigation measures. Traffic impact assessment shall propose specific measures to be undertaken by the applicant in order to mitigate the impacts of the proposed development and to ensure that current traffic conditions in LOS are not adversely affected by the project, and it goes on. That specifically allows the planning board to say, you have to put in a traffic light because your traffic impact study says that you have to. Then, under mitigation payments, on the following page, in lieu of or in addition to the applicant performing all or part of the mitigation measures which have been made a condition of the special permit, the SBGA may require the applicant to make a contribution to the Traffic Safety and Infrastructure Fund. So there are two separate things that can happen, 2 or 3 separate things. One is the board can say, install a traffic light. One is the board can say, instead of installing a traffic light, give us $50,000. And the third is, install a traffic light and give us $50,000.
No, I'm not.
And then the last section, completion of mitigation measure. So then the next part, under funds, potential use of funds describes how we can use them. Requirements for monetary contributions 1 through 5, that talks about how the funds have to be determined, held, used, and returned if they're not used in time. Completion of mitigation measures, which deals with the surety bond, goes back to that section E, saying traffic mitigation measures are install a traffic light, you're going to put up a surety bond that you do that, and if you don't, we're going to do it for you. So that's what's going on in this document.
Let's remind folks, I'm sorry, just one. I don't know, Rich, if we've had discussions since you've become a member of the board, but in other times, we've had discussions about what's our leverage when somebody doesn't complete their project.
I don't disagree with any of this. That's not where I was going.
If the occupancy permits are issued.
Yeah.
So like we've had instances where people have occupied the houses, they come back and say the road was never completed.
That's not where I was going.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's not where I was going. I agree.
This requires a surety.
Right.
That
gives us something to go back to if they don't complete the work, right?
But you've got, if you have a surety, giving an occupancy permit means nothing, because you've got a surety, 100% surety.
So just, sorry, go ahead. I just want to make my point. That I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I wasn't suggesting we change any of that. What I was more looking at was some of the comments I heard were kind of wrapping around what we just heard. Why would we do this? And I do think we need that leverage. My only question, and it wasn't even a suggestion, it's not fully baked, but my question was, I wouldn't want to see this go away. However, in the example of a traffic light, you've got somebody that has agreed to pay for it. Here's the money's sitting there waiting to be used to do it. Like this is going to happen this easily, but the project happens, and then we find out we can't change the traffic lights because there's a whole bunch of other things going on. We're going to wrap it into another project. What my thinking was, well, in that case, maybe you would be putting it on top of the developer that now he can't get an occupancy because he's got to wait for the town to do another project that's going to be rolled in. I'm just saying that could happen. It's happening in East Milton, right? We know that we can't do a traffic light in one spot because there's a whole mess under the fire station of traffic light issues. So in that example, you may be hurting that developer, but you're actually, if you put something in there to take that as complete out or make it adjusted a bit, I wouldn't want to see us take it away, though. Like, we do need that surety that they're going to make that payment. It's already been decided what's going to happen. It's there. They can't take it away. They can't say they're not going to do it. So your leverage is there. I'm just worried, I guess, in that one example of what happens if the town decides, you know what, we want you to do with that. We've got your money, but we'd like to wait.
Well, then I would think the applicant could come back to the planning board and address their special permit at that point and ask for an amendment to their special permit.
Well, it's also why the town engineer is littered throughout this document, so that
that's fine. If that's the case,
that gets
I'm
caught
good. All right.
ahead of time. But I agree. Otherwise, they got to come back and change their special permit.
Okay.
So before we further debate, I know Mr. Mullen raised his hand. Alex, does that cover all of your comments for now?
I'd just like to say that where it says requirements for monetary contributions, the monetary contributions are used for mitigation. I mean, that's what it says, that's what they're used for, and so That's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mullen?
Good evening. Peter Mullen, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2, and I'm also Chairman of the Bylaw Review Committee. Bill sent me a copy of this and the revolving fund article and asked for comments from the committee. That isn't really the function of the committee, and we're in the process of reviewing the existing town bylaws, and there's a codification project that's underway. So what I have to say tonight is my own personal opinions. It hasn't been presented to the committee, and it doesn't reflect the committee. With regard to the traffic mitigation article, I haven't had the chance to read it in the kind of detail that I'd like to, but it's a long and dense article. This is 6 pages, single-spaced. I understand that the board has been trying for quite a while to get this in place. You know, based on the comments that Mr. Whiteside just had in my own review of this article, I'm not sure that it's ready to go to town meeting. Let me just point out a few things that I've noticed in connection with it. I have the copy of the article that has the red line into a recommendation form. You know, on the first page here, the bullet points at the bottom, do they really add anything? I'm wondering if the sentence that starts purpose, whether you can't just leave that at the purpose of the traffic impact mitigation is to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the, you could just leave it inhabitants of the town, or if you wanted to I don't know that all these other things really add anything. You could make it the inhabitants, the businesses, and the other establishments in the town, and you would eliminate the stuff over at the top of the next page. Alex referred you to these criteria that are referenced, and I don't know, I wasn't familiar with those. I don't know to what extent they're going to be easy to find. Going over to the kind of the determining the traffic impact, this article, these bylaws, would impose a substantial burden on the town engineer. I don't know to what extent the town engineer has any traffic expertise. I don't know how many projects of this type would typically come up in a given year. But if there's 2 or 3 of them, it seems to me it could be a substantial increase in the town engineer's workload. And I'd want to get the town engineer and the DPW director to opine as to what they think about it. If you go over, I guess it's the fourth page, where you have the transportation demand management program and the various things that are listed here. You know, it's written as the board will have the discretion to demand at least one or more transportation demand management programs. It sounds like you have to do that in every project, even if you don't find a need or a requirement to mitigate anything. This says that you have to come up with at least one of these.
Did you hear that we did talk about changing demand to strongly encourage?
You did, although that is inconsistent with the paragraph that follows the bullet point.
We talked about removing that.
Yeah.
We agree with that.
Then when you go over to the next page, at the top of the next page,
you talk about a traffic safety and infrastructure fund. That language is inconsistent with the revolving fund article that you have. That's not the name that's being used in the revolving fund one. If you, the price list that you have here, my understanding is that that's the maximum amount that you could impose. And therefore, I think that does make the whole question of prorating anything unnecessary. Because if you wouldn't be, if you had a mixed-use development, you might change the dollar amounts that you were using. In the big paragraph right after the price list, you say the money will be expended only at the direction of the planning board and the board of selectmen. That's contrary to your revolving fund article, which I believe has the town administrator expending the money with the concurrence of a majority vote of the board of selectmen and the planning board.
How is that different? I'm just curious, how is that not consistent? If it says it can be expended only at the direction of the planning board and board of selectmen, it doesn't say who's spending it, does it? Just trying to understand what the discrepancy is, that's all.
I would interpret that as meaning that a vote of the two boards would be sufficient, whereas the revolving fund article, I believe, says that the town administrator. Can't find the language in here directly.
It says it authorizes the town administrator.
To expend the funds with the vote of the two others. If you look at the last sentence in that dense paragraph where it says, further, monies contributed by a specific applicant for a specific permit under this section shall only be spent on mitigation measures related to said development and specified as a condition of the permit. I've been confused in the discussion. As I understood it, part of the purpose of this article and this change is that there are a lot of small projects. You want to create a fund, get some money from those projects, and then use them to address other bigger, broader traffic needs. It seems like this would be contrary to being able to do that. This is essentially saying, if you get money from special permit X, it only can be used for mitigating things relating to special permit X.
Can I answer
think
that, or
that's-
do you want me to answer that? So again, using East Milton as an example, if you aggregated 10 projects in East Milton, the idea would be that all 10 of those projects would be affecting the same street, and therefore you could use all of those funds to mitigate the issue on that street. But you couldn't use those funds to mitigate something that Carberry did.
I'm not sure that this says that exactly. Certainly that last sentence says that the monies contributed by a specific applicant for a special permit can only be used for conditions relating to that special permit. So that, I think that raises a question. I mean, I know when this was discussed before at town meeting, there was a question of, we need a whole town-wide traffic study, and it needs to be broader than just any particular project. What the payment should be, I think, needs to be tied to the project, but once the money's into the fund, it seems to me that the money should be able to be used for any kind of a traffic need within the town.
So
Certainly you could
MAPC
write one.
guidelines said that was not allowed.
Who said that?
MAPC guidelines, so I'd have to find the section, and I can do that, but MAPC guidelines was actually what said that this language needed to be in here. So I can try to find that citation.
This- down at the bottom of that page, underneath the funds, with the heading funds, it says funds may only be used if the expenditures directly relate to the impact created by the development to which it applies. I guess that raises the same issue, as to how closely any expenditure of funds is going to have to be tied to the particular project. Then the criteria that you have here, the 5 criteria, this seems to me to be creating a requirement that you have a specific account as to a specific project, particularly number 4. That's not what that's certainly not what the revolving fund article does, and I don't think that's what you're intending to do. So I guess, as I said, I haven't really had time to go through this. I think this does raise a lot of issues. It's very dense. I think it may require some more work. I think, there needs to be a draft that needs to get circulated, I think, among, with DPW, the town engineer, I think legal counsel, I think that will take some time.
I will mention that it has been reviewed by town council, John Flynn. I just want to see, we spent a fair amount of time, thank you. Peter, did you have anything
No.
else? Okay. We spent a fair amount of time on this, and I just want to see if there are people in the audience who would like to address us relative to our Articles 6, 7, 8, 9, or 16, because if there are, I might ask that we put this one aside along with Article 3 and come back to it, the further discussion on it. So, anybody here to speak to the other articles?
Lots to say, but
A few?
Put us to the end of the meeting. It's going to be well after 10 o'clock, and I think that that's not fair.
No, I'd suggest I'm going to, if there are not a lot of other questions on these two, or these other 3, then, but I'm fine to see what the
I'd like to
temperature of the board
respond
is.
personally to
Okay.
a lot of it, just because I think a lot of it can
Okay.
be answered somewhat quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't care if we have the bullets. That is irrelevant to me. I would be happy to keep it simple. You have to state a purpose. That was very clear in the guidelines for drafting such a recommendation.
All right, so then,
So I leave it up to the board for discussion on that point.
all right, let's just go through it then, if we're going to go through it. I'd say if you want to suggest taking it out and revising that sentence, let's do it.
I'm open for discussion. I think there's something valuable about having all of
Yeah.
these different goals in here. There's also the argument that you might have missed something. So
I was thinking those same two things. I mean, it is kind of nice to lay it out, but this isn't probably
this isn't really the place to do it. This is
Yeah.
probably where it should be laid out in a master plan or something. So I would recommend we take out the bullets and we change the first paragraph to say the purpose of traffic mitigation is to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the inhabitants, businesses, and other establishments of Milton.
Are you doing that, Lauren?
Do you want me to do that?
Go ahead. Is everybody supportive of that? Or she changes it? Jenny, Rich, yeah, April?
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to keep going while Lauren's typing?
Yes.
Next sentence. The Transportation Research Board, if you go to Wikipedia, among other sites, is a division of the National Research Council of the United States, which serves as an independent
I'm
advisor
sorry,
to the President
John,
of the United
I'm
States.
sorry, Brian, one second.
Where
On
are
page
you?
2, we're also deleting the traffic impact mitigation in those bullet points, correct?
Right, yeah, that was
Okay.
all.
All right, so Lauren, did you hear that and understand that?
I did not.
You're deleting all of that.
All of it
All
up
the bullets.
until development traffic impact standards.
Yes.
Okay, all right, next.
I'll keep it. The Traffic Research Board is a defined organization within the National Research Council. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I would recommend that we put in parentheses quotation mark TRB, close quotation, and close parentheses, because I'm going to go back to refer to it again in a minute.
I mean, I will just comment that level of service is something that you will find in every single traffic study that we've received, and because it is an industry standard. And it does come from that board, okay?
Next, and then residential, scenic, I would agree, we should probably change it to C for scenic, this is at the bottom of one, the last line of number 1 there, scenic roads, and delete and residential
So do we need to
streets.
capitalize scenic roads as they have definition in the bylaw?
If it's in the bylaw as a definition, I would capitalize it.
And sorry, so you said scenic road and,
Nothing.
Am I
Just
crossing
stop
out
it.
residential streets?
yes. I don't know, this is new language for me, under determination of traffic impact for the applicable plan unit development district or overlay district, and I agree that limits this substantially, so I'd like to think about some other language, and I'd like to come back to that.
I questioned John Flynn about this today, but if you go back to the first paragraph in this article, it said, John pointed, and Bill pointed this out to me, it says in the PUD district or in an overlay district where special permits
Okay,
required.
fair enough. So the question is, should we change that then?
Well,
Just where a
John's,
special
I
permit
asked
is.
John too if we could expand that to other special permits. He said he thought it would be beyond scope. John, if you want to comment?
Yeah, I agree with that. Because of that language you just quoted in the traffic impact mitigation paragraph on page 1, I think it would be beyond the scope to expand it to other special permits, other than in the, there was, a possible alternative to that. One suggestion was, I hope I have this right, Bill, in a planned unit development district or planned unit development or in an overlay district, so to add the words after district or planned unit development, because you have some other planned unit developments in the town that aren't defined as a district. I think that would be within the scope of it.
Frankly, if we can't incorporate the village and East Milton, and we can't modify this to incorporate those two things, which are really what this is all about.
No, you can. The overlay district covers it.
Okay.
Right, John?
If it's an overlay district,
If
right.
you do
If we make it an overlay
Right.
district. Right now, it wouldn't. We don't have an overlay district for East Milton. We don't have an overlay district for Milton
No,
Village
understood.
right
It would
now.
be, it would be a future overlay district, understood.
All right, well, then we can keep
Yes.
going, but that's,
But if we change it here, do we need to change it on the first page?
Take out the word district.
Yes.
Or do we just take out the word district and be done, as April suggested? I think that would
in
do
a
it
planned
too.
unit
That would
development
work.
or an
Let's
overlay.
do that.
Okay,
Yes.
Page 1 and page 2.
great.
You okay with that?
And then in that same paragraph,
take out
registered
first
professional
district,
traffic
yeah.
engineer with capital letters, it probably should just say licensed traffic engineer, which is defined all over the place on the internet. I probably wouldn't capitalize that,
Right,
though.
that's what I was gonna say.
So you're not going to capitalize licensed traffic engineer.
Got that?
Wait, sorry. You mean registered professional traffic engineer is
Is
now going to be?
Licensed traffic engineer, no
Okay.
caps. In letter C, next page, said publication,
Wait, can we, I just want to make sure we all agree that, number 1 there, the word vicinity, which was discussed as being a little vague, but what you said made sense to me. Did anybody else have any comment on that in response to that comment?
No, I mean, I think the word is vague, but it's probably intentionally so, because it applies differently in different contexts. And I would like, I mean, if this passes, I would like the flexibility to apply it differently, depending on where it is.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
John?
think that's correct. I think my experience with traffic engineers is that two members' points are valid. The vicinity may vary depending on the circumstances of the development. I'd recommend you leave it as is.
As is. Thank you, John. Okay, next,
Replace said publication, I would propose in the criteria established by the TRB.
I'm sorry, which paragraph is that?
Sorry, C. Paragraph C, probably in the middle, if a proposed principal use is not listed in said publication, I
right.
would change said publication
licensed
to
traffic engineer.
listed in the criteria established by the TRB.
Just engineer.
Did you get that?
Now, we have a question on prepared by a qualified mass licensed traffic engineer.
I didn't
Here-
put in mass, but I just put in licensed traffic engineer.
Yeah, does it have
Oh,
to
it is
be?
qualified mass, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Well, they're not licensed traffic engineers, they're licensed engineers.
That specialize in traffic.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a branch
Okay.
of civil
Then that's how-
engineering.
That's how we should.
I think you're right, we have to change it, you're right, it is a branch of civil.
Licensed engineer specializing in traffic.
Yes, I think so.
Licensed engineer specializing in traffic.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, in
Yes,
your experience, is the term registered professional engineer or licensed? I have seen, I thought, registered professional engineer, but I could be mistaken. I thought the language, forgetting the word traffic, I thought the term registered professional engineer is accurate. And if I'm following the discussion, are you suggesting adding specializing in traffic?
so, what, okay, agreed. So what we would say is registered professional engineer specialized in traffic, specializing in traffic.
Okay.
So we're losing licensed?
Yes, because registered, like I am,
Same as
like as an
licensed.
architect, I am considered a registered
Oh, so it was
design
in here, I was trying to
professional
go.
with the expertise in architecture or with this. Some would be registered professional, registered design professional specializing in landscape architecture, for example, or other things. And engineering has their, civil engineering is one in particular that has a lot of specialties. Okay.
That's the point, yes.
So what are we using?
So we're saying, they're leaving the words registered professional, but dropping the word traffic. So it's registered professional engineer, all capitalized. Then you could say specializing in traffic.
I see, because there's a board of registration of professional engineers.
Yeah, and I just found one that's a traffic operations engineer professional. So yeah, I think we might, I agree with the other statements. I mean, these are, do you want a PE with that specializing in it, or are you looking for some sort of random
Well,
certification?
So let's just say you said a registered professional engineer. Well, you could get a structural engineer, you could get a mechanical engineer. You could
Sure,
get a
but most
civil
aren't gonna
engineer,
sign
you could
something
get
that they don't-
And you want somebody who specializing in traffic.
No, I get it.
So we do need that it's specializing in traffic. I think the registered professional engineer is general enough to cover the engineering part of it. Because if we put something so specific, then like that.
No,
one,
agreed.
which is not-
I wouldn't want to
yeah,
do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't think you find most PEs going outside of their, what they're used to signing. I mean, there's a lot of liability there, and they can lose their license, so,
You'd be surprised.
yeah.
I've seen it.
I was just going to say that.
But they do.
They
So-
do, I've seen it, yeah.
So next would be under establishment of TDM goals and requirements, changing demand to strongly encourage, and striking the last paragraph under the bullets in its entirety.
I'm sorry, could you just make sure that Lauren got that part, Brian, on paragraph C under projected traffic conditions?
Said publication, Lauren, right in the middle.
It said publication,
Right
yeah.
there.
Right there, yeah.
That needs to change to the criteria established by the TRB.
Okay.
So then the next one is under traffic demand, goals and requirements. Again, strongly encourage instead of demand, and striking the last paragraph. Looks like you did that already. If we used the wrong name for the fund at the top of the next page, we should use the right name.
Well, I think we could handle that by
Because it was
changing
origi-
Article 6. Article 6 says traffic safety improvement as the name of the fund, right, John?
Traffic safety improvement.
And so we would just say, when we get to that article, we could say traffic safety and infrastructure fund, right?
Yes.
So we can change the Article 6 on that and leave this the same.
Okay. I would strike the proration, I understand the point. I think
So-
it's probably inferred, so it's.
So you
I would
strike the whole sentence,
Yep,
okay?
1 minute.
underneath 450 foot.
I'd say, if I may, on where that last sentence in the paragraph beginning with the fund, I agree with the word changing from contributed to be paid. I think it's actually, it's not a contribution in a sense. This might be semantics, but I'm fine with that change.
So there's,
Right here.
but April's just pointing out that
Sorry,
you'd
Jane.
have to also change, where is that? Under $400, in that paragraph below where we just struck the
think that's
sentence
where
about
Cheryl was.
proration. Oh, is
Yeah.
that where you were? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, that's what I was
Okay,
pointing it out.
got it.
But on that same sentence, do we want to talk about, should we limit mitigations?
You have to limit it to the said
Okay,
development.
okay.
That's a requirement of MAPC,
Okay.
and I think Massachusetts law, but I'd have to find the citation for that.
That's okay.
And then I just have a question on number 4 of the requirements for monetary contributions. I don't read it that this would need to be requiring specific funds for each project, so I'd look to, I guess, John Flynn for
I
that.
agree with that it does not limit it to a
Okay.
specific project.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, John.
And I don't have other changes. I guess the only other comment I'd make is I am very sensitive to the idea that we should be making sure that our traffic engineer has capacity for this. That being said, I do think that this town is seeing more and more complicated and larger projects and clearly has a traffic issue. So I would hope that we figure out a way to develop that capacity as opposed to not implementing this type of measure, which will clearly help us in the long run. So I hope that, we, as we look at this article, we can get our arms around how we resolve for the capacity as opposed to not implementing something that might help us out.
May I just make?
Go ahead.
Townwide traffic studies, traffic analysis, traffic, it's brought up at nearly every type of meeting, Board of Selectmen, Master Plan Implementation, Planning Board, what have you. So every piece that can help us get to a mitigation, I think, is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I just want to echo both of you. I mean, and I'll, just so we can repeat it again, because I heard a couple of times that there was some concern about moving forward or going too fast to town meeting without looking at that capacity, and I echo what Brian said. I mean, you hear all over the town, there are people yelling loudly that there are traffic issues everywhere, every neighborhood, and this is one step in that direction. It's not going to be the last step. So to not bring this forward to this town meeting, I think would not be a good idea. I would rather put it in place and then look to what Brian said,
Okay.
look for the availability.
April, Denny, any?
I wanted to hear from John Flynn. I wanted to hear from John Flynn about his comments on Alex's comments. Or
So
did
I think
you
we
have
went
any-
through, I think we went through them and John commented along the way, right, John?
I tried to,
Yeah.
yes.
So you don't have any other or further comments on it?
There actually was one other comment as I thought about it. The question was raised about the language in, right below $400, that paragraph, $450, the next paragraph. The language about how the funds shall be expended. I think the board should consider on the second line, it says, shall be expended only at the direction of the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen. I think we should tie it into the revolving fund article, and instead of at the direction of, say, by majority vote of, so instead of at the direction, delete at the direction and insert by majority vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Flynn, are we leaving the word only? Expended only?
Only by.
Okay.
Yes, leaving only, yes. And also adding, and then in the next line where it says in accordance with, might be helpful to insert there the provisions of the I believe, Madam Chair, you suggested that the reference to the name of the fund be, the revolving fund be changed to be consistent. And
Traffic safety and infrastructure fund.
is it Traffic Safety and Infrastructure Revolving Fund?
Just fund, it says here on this one.
Do we need to add the word revolving?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so that would be at the top of that page, applicant to make a contribution into a traffic safety and infrastructure revolving fund.
I'm in two places right now.
And then, yes,
I'll come back to
that's the top line, or at least on my copy.
Right, top line of my copy.
Traffic
right.
Safety and Infrastructure Revolving Fund. Add the word revolving. And then,
I'm sorry, which page are we on?
It's right above $300.
Second to last page. Yeah, right above $300.
Okay.
and then, in that next full paragraph after 450, the long paragraph,
Okay.
so there were two changes there in the second line, expended only by majority vote of the planning board and Board of Appeals. And then in the next line, and in accordance with, insert the provisions of the Traffic Safety and Infrastructure Revolving Fund and requirements for monetary contributions. I think that would answer one of the concerns raised by the two gentlemen, that to make sure they're consistent. They're intended to be, but I think.
Okay, thank you, John.
Those all capitalized.
Yes, yes. The reference to Traffic Safety and Infrastructure Revolving Fund begins with capital letters, yes.
I think fund needs to be in the next sentence.
I have a
capital
question.
fund.
Yeah.
Earlier in the first paragraph, we
Hearing.
referred to, starting in lieu of, 3 sentences down, contribution into a traffic safety and infrastructure revolving fund, in quotes, the fund. We go on after $450 per residential unit to start off as the fund.
Right.
And then in the second sentence, we go back to calling it the full name. Is there a problem with
Call it the
that?
fund, right?
Call it the fund,
Yeah, we
I
can
think
just
Yeah,
it's
I think
fine.
fund has to be capitalized everywhere.
Yes, that's correct, the point. So in the second line, fund starts with capital. My insert should read the provisions of the fund.
And then the next sentence, Lauren. fund has to
Another
be-
one, yeah.
Might want to just search for it there.
Capital F, yes.
And then another one down further, before no monies.
Yep.
See where it starts, okay.
You might just do a search for the word fund
Yeah.
and catch them all.
Monies might be spelled wrong, too.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think
Monies is spelled wrong.
money's is,
Just take out the S, couldn't you?
Yeah, we could just take out the S. That's a better way to do it.
I got a question.
yes, go ahead.
Did Mr. Flynn weigh in on the list of dollar amounts? I thought I heard a couple of questions on, and I don't know if you touched on this a
We
minute
just
ago.
took out the proration line.
So you, I'm sorry, I
we
missed that.
took
So you
that
took it
out.
out. Excellent.
Did we resolve the occupancy permit? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we did.
So,
Did we?
what's this?
Was leaving it as is?
I think there,
Decided to keep it, or?
Oh, that's right.
I
Could
didn't
be
know.
resolved by an adjustment to the special permit.
Right.
Right.
So, yeah, I brought up the, like, I was
Thank
concerned,
you.
but that makes sense,
I'm
so.
getting tired.
Not a
I know, me
problem.
too. I'm starting to forget what we talked about
Yeah.
10 minutes ago.
I think there were two issues with that. One was there was confusion when it came up about the building permit versus the occupancy
Right.
permit. And
right,
that was clarified. And the second point, that in an unusual event like
What's he on, IE?
an unfair burden on the developer, they should come to the special permit granting authority for an amendment. I think that resolved those two issues, yes.
Yep.
okay. Any other, anybody can, no?
Is there a, did we come up with a way, how is the board going to determine the amount? 300 or 450? Do we determine, should we put a definition in there?
I personally like it to be up to, and then have some discretion. I don't know how
Be
we...
less.
To be less. I mean, we intentionally added up to. It used to be just a fixed number. And I think we all decided that there were times that that may be excessive. If you look at how we determine our affordable housing trust numbers, we don't even have any guidance. So hopefully this at least gives us a top range. And then I think it just comes down to letting an argument with the developer as to what's reasonable based on what their expected profit is, probably.
Gives us an opportunity to.
Right, yes, John?
I would recommend you leave it that way. In addition, for most of these, you'd get input from the town engineer or some of our personnel that would help guide you. They're going to differ perhaps depending on the project, but I feel it's good the way it is.
Okay,
Don't
great.
change it.
So I have the same question with the other, I don't know which pages, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have those bullets, and Peter and Alex had the same.
What page are you on, Debbie?
4, the one with the lots of bullets here
Yep.
again. And so it seems like they are seeking standards to determine, I know we took out demand to strongly encourage, but
And then we struck that paragraph.
No,
we
we
struck the
didn't.
paragraph at the bottom.
Yeah.
So you don't want to offer any standards, or it's just we strongly encourage one or more of the following?
Well, what I would say to that, if you look at the last bullet, it says provide other programs designed by the applicant, so that applicant can make the choice, and approved by the planning board in lieu of, or in addition to any of the above.
Where did that all come from? I mean, you probably got it from somewhere.
All in this MAPC guidelines.
Yeah, so
That's where I got it.
makes sense.
I think the idea of putting in the bullets, I mean, you could say no bullets. You could just say you have to have one or more transportation demand programs and tell us what it is. And they could go to the MAPC book.
Yeah.
I think this gives us an easier way of knowing kind of what those are.
And I will say, I have seen these a lot.
Yeah. And I think by the fact that we can't demand them, we're going to strongly encourage it, which is completely benign and unenforceable language. So the developer can say, sure, we'll do all of those things, and then won't do it.
And, excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just one other point. I think the question makes a lot of sense, but also it says she'll have the discretion to. So So it's reinforcing the idea that it's not mandatory, but in my experience, it would be a helpful basis to negotiate with a developer to have these matters in there. It's a little difficult to articulate standards as to when one might be required other than another, but I think it's a useful vehicle for the permit granting authority to negotiate with a developer by having those set forth the way it is. It gives you a basis for trying to work it out.
And a lot of these actually would only apply to a business in many
Right.
cases, so, so if you had a mixed use where it was mostly residential, you may only be looking at a
You're
small
looking at the
amount of this.
bicycles at that point.
Yeah, you're looking
Yes.
at bicycles, so, I think where we've taken away a lot of other information at the front of it, it is good to have some ideas and keep some of this here as a range of things that could happen, so I'm happy leaving that in.
Sorry, Madam Chair, was there another question? I didn't mean to butt in, but I would have forgotten to say it if I...
No, that's okay. Denny, did you have another question?
Okay, so hold on, I want to tell you where I am. Page 1, 2, 3, A. So I think Alex or Peter, or perhaps both, were saying, I think in A, the area or zone needing to be defined, can we, I guess in general, I'm looking to hear from the town engineer and the director of DPW, but especially there when they're determining the scope or the zone or area where it affects, like you said, it could go as far as 2 miles away, or so. I would feel most comfortable voting on this after they weigh in on the final language. Do we have time for that?
I'm confused at what, I guess I'm not following.
In the word vicinity?
Well, we have
That
vicinity.
paragraph?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very general, and,
So what they're looking at here is to say that the
well,
town...
I'm sorry, vicinity is in another area. I'm talking about A. I'm sorry, on page 1, 2, 3, A.
But Denny, the project impact
Yeah, the
area?
project
Yeah, so
impact
what
area.
this is really, I think, saying is that the applicant's engineer is going to sit down with the town engineer, and they're going to come up with what they think is the correct area, and then the town engineer will let the authority, whether it's the planning board or the Board of Appeal, know that they either agree or disagree with what the applicant's engineer has said. So if they disagree, then the special permit granting authority, I suppose, could ask them to expand the boundary, right?
So
Or
I think,
change the
but the
boundary.
question and concern was capacity, right? And do they have the capacity for this? And is that what you're asking them to weigh in on? Is whether they have the capacity?
I mean, we
That's
ask
one
and...
question. That's
we-
one question. If we have a dozen of these a year, or if we have 4 a year.
I mean, I guess my response to that is, are we not going to do this because we don't have capacity?
but what I would
Or
like
should
to-
we be doing this and saying to the town, go get the capacity? Because if we're
Yeah.
going to have 12 projects, we need to have the capacity.
But we already require that the applicant go meet with the town engineer. It's already a requirement for a special permit. So this isn't adding any burden. It's just making sure they talk about this particular component when they meet.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. I don't know that you go hire somebody before you build it. You got to kind of build it and see what we can do with it and go from there. We might never get this.
Well,
You
I'm
know,
also confused. I know for other people it was resolved for them, but the idea that we only have one overlay brook right now. So
It
this
doesn't exist yet.
Well,
You don't have any overlays
one
yet.
day soon. But, so the way it's written now, we have planned unit development district.
We're striking the word district.
So planned unit development, so that's any planned unit development?
We have, well,
What's that?
PUDs, we have a lot of PUDs.
Carvery's a PUD, isn't it?
This is not retroactive, so it's not going back to approved projects. This is only going forward, and it would cover any PUD going forward, and if we
Or
do
an
adopt...
application in a PUD.
Right, or an application in a PUD. So for example, the Central Avenue, we call it an overlay district, but it's actually a PUD. Is that right, Bill? So
We actually-
we had 2 projects or come in under that, if I'm
We have
correct?
the Milton Village Central Ave Business District Planned Unit Development. We have the Central Ave Planned Unit Development. We have a Brownfield Planned Unit Development. We have the Planned Unit Townhouse Development. We have the Landscaping Greenhouse Residence Planned Use Development. We have the landscaping, that one doesn't count.
But the other thing is
Got some things
that,
there.
John, I just want to be clear, it would cover future overlay districts.
Yes, because we have the Great Estates Planned Unit Development, and we have the Parkway Planned Unit Development.
But it doesn't apply to PUDs that haven't started permitting?
It would apply
It
to
does.
those.
Would,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
It does.
Any permitting in a PUD,
Yes,
right?
okay.
And by having the overlay, you're going to put an overlay into the next title.
So it wouldn't apply to the village yet, and it wouldn't apply to East Milton yet, and it would only apply to future PUDs.
Right.
No, it
We should-
Well,
applies to
future projects in a designated PUD.
Future projects in a PUD.
in a PUD.
I should have included business districts in this.
Yes.
And we
I
could,
know
we
we
could
discussed this,
certainly,
but
we could
it's
certainly
out of-
modify this at the next town meeting to include business districts.
I would rather see us do that
I
than to
thought
not
that
do
was-
Not go
anything.
forward with
Yes.
this.
No, and I talked
That
to
was an
John Flynn
oversight.
about this today, and I was dismayed
can't
too,
do
that
that?
it's out of scope.
But you say in here, a planned unit development or in an overlay district. So you're covering
A lot.
your future overlay district.
Correct.
But you're
Which
also,
would be the,
anything that you want to apply,
It's Milton.
you can't go backwards, but you're doing forwards.
But you can always,
Put it up.
like Brian said, go back and edit it in the future.
right, in the spring.
just
Go right
feeling
for it for the
we
In
spring.
the spring, you just modify it right in the spring.
But that's one thing, we have time to do this, to get all of this
In the
right.
meantime, you
Put
could have
something
4
forward.
applications come through.
Right.
In
Right.
any of those PUDs that you wouldn't be able to count.
You wouldn't
I
capture.
just feel like I want that town engineer on board, and I want the DPW chair on board.
Okay, so,
Madam Chair?
yes,
There's
John.
one other point, on that
Okay.
point about the scope of work and the burden. You also have the option if a project is so complex that it's beyond the capacity of your engineering staff to do it, you can get peer review. So that would help ease the burden on your resources, the town
Right.
engineers staff.
Right, in fact, we have used peer review quite often,
Yes,
rather than town engineer to review stormwater, for example.
Yeah,
Okay,
which is quite common, because most
Right.
towns don't have a huge engineering staff, and if it's within their ability to handle, they can do it themselves, but if not, the peer review is there for that purpose, too.
and I would
And that's
just,
your peer review,
right,
not theirs.
right. And I would just add that the Traffic Commission is chaired now by the member from the DPW. And so,
DPW chair,
The DPW
the DPW director, sorry.
So traffic is in their wheelhouse of responsibility, so, and it's one of the most quality of life issues that you hear from residents of the town. So I feel strongly we should move forward on this, and we'll come to taking the vote, but I'd like to move to the next article, which would be the companion one to this, which is Article 6. So we discussed changing where it says traffic safety improvement.
Where is that? I haven't been able to
At the
find
bottom, there's a box. You have the box at the
it. I see
bottom.
it. Yep, okay.
So do we need the word revolving in that name too?
Revolving fund, right?
Traffic safety and
Not in-
infrastructure?
Not in the box?
Not in the box.
Not
but
in the
I would-
box,
I would
right?
suggest in line 2 above, a traffic safety and infrastructure revolving fund, right there.
Where am I missing it? Line 2.
Drafted by law.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the second line.
Right up here, okay.
Last 3 words.
Does that need to be capitalized in that particular case? No, right? Yes?
No, might as well capitalize it, yes.
So Lauren, are you getting those?
Is my cursor in there, please?
Yeah.
You've got a couple I revolving from.
Is there anyone who would like to speak to this article? Seeing none, any other comments? Okay, move to Article 7. April, would you like to give an overview?
Sure. This article would create the Brook Road Overlay District, which would provide a new zoning alternative for 3 parcels, 3 Laurel Road split into 2 separate parcels, and 5-9 Thatcher Street, which is a parcel currently with the former Knights of Columbus building on it.
Excuse me one moment, April. Lauren, can you pull up the map just while April described the lot, just so we can see that, and then you can go back to the language? Okay.
So the
The blue.
proposed district is the blue dash, within the blue dash line. It's 3 development parcels. As you can see where the number 9 is where the Knights of Columbus building currently sits. There's a single-family home on where the number 3 is, just under the number 3. And there's another single-family boarded-up home there at the front of the lot.
So these are actually they're called 3 parcel numbers, but it's this property here. Thatcher, Laurel, Brook, and Blue Hills Parkway.
And the proposed district is approximately 20,000 square feet, which is about a half an acre. And what this district would do is allow for 6 townhouse units to be constructed on the lot in 2 or 3 buildings. The goal is really to remediate what is currently a blighted site and look for reinvestment. And I think that about covers it.
Okay, and then, so the
Actually,
changes...
if I can just add one
Sure.
thing. There is an owner of the Knights of Columbus parcel. There's a separate owner of 3 Laurel Road. This zoning article would require all of those sites to be under common ownership or at least pursued as a single development. The owner of the Knights of Columbus is a developer. He's held this parcel for several years, tried to achieve a variance to do a 6-unit townhouse development several years ago that was rejected. But he's still very interested in acquiring the neighboring parcels and pursuing a project like we have described in this overlay district.
I'll just add, if I may. Currently, access to this property is from right here, which is a difficult intersection. This zoning would require access to come from Laurel Road, and also so to prevent having a long line of garage doors facing the street, the parking is required to be in the back.
Yes. And I should say, I know there have been a few comments about whether or not this should be rezoned for commercial activity, and I would just like to convey that there's been a robust process, an informal process of neighbors discussing what should happen here, and the consensus of that group, which you may or may not hear tonight, is that it should remain residential use. I know there had been discussion about whether or not this should be a broader overlay district, which for anyone who's been following this may recall, I did originally propose a broader district, which as we filtered through didn't really make sense because what we're actually trying to target change, the place we're trying to target change is on these sites and really nowhere else. There are 2 non-conforming commercial uses which probably could use some reinvestment, but the owners have existing leases that will be in existence for at least 5 years and have no immediate plans to do anything there. There wasn't broad consensus among the neighborhood about what should go on those non-conforming commercial uses. So in the interest of time, the proposed overlay is limited. I get it. I've talked with the Attorney General's office and they do not see that as a problem. But just to share that right up front, that's why it is a more limited overlay.
And then just to note the things that were changed, other than the designation of the parcel numbers, in paragraph 7, there's some change, what we talked about, changing the words traditional building materials.
Why did building get capitalized there?
It's the first.
First,
Oh, it's the first one.
So it just, my only comment about that is, my interpretation of traditional building materials is more a traditional style, which is what I think really fits in this neighborhood. And if we just change it to residential construction, that could mean a variety of different things. But I'm going to defer to our architect to tell us what makes the most sense.
well, I think I expressed my concern before about traditional building materials when there's new building materials that are used frequently in residential construction to great satisfaction, both aesthetically and maintenance-wise. And I was concerned that this would make it require someone to use materials that might cause them a burden for maintaining them or leave them out, or even make it hard to get. For example, copper, is a traditional building material, but copper is very expensive. It's susceptible to theft. I mean, and so that was traditionally used for flashing everywhere, but it's not necessarily used today. So it becomes like, what's the definition of traditional? Becomes the dilemma. So that,
So it gets.
design standards, just if I may.
Yeah.
This board should really consider looking at design standards because that would actually give better guidance for what this is trying to do in zoning. Because really, what you want to do for design guidance should come in a guideline rather than a zoning. But at least this type of thing. I mean, other standards like how far a building's set back and where the garage doors are and things like that, I think can be more easily kind of regulated in a way. But regulating, like 10 years from now, the building materials are going to change yet again. And why shouldn't somebody be able to take advantage of that, right? So that's the concern.
So the way this is written now, it doesn't leave us open to or vulnerable to any sort of crazy.
Well, it's going to still be up to interpretation, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have to interpret what when somebody comes to us and says, I want to use stucco, for example, and somebody might say stucco was used frequently in a lot of houses, and you might say, well, I don't really want to use stucco the way it was built then. I want to use the IFAS system that's used now, which is, an insulation with a thin layer over it. Then you might say, is that meeting the intent of that traditional building material? So, there's lots of, I just really feel like this would be difficult if we try and say traditional building materials. We're giving guidance that you want something that's consistent with the residential. I mean, you could say character, but John and I talked about that too. It's like, so John, you felt more comfortable with the word construction versus character, right? In terms
Yes.
of, so I
Okay.
think I had used the word character before, but we batted this about a little bit. And then there's a word in paragraph 10 that was, I think, clean up. And then John added some language, I think, appropriately in paragraph 14. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this article? Yes, Mr. Whiteside, please come forward.
Great article, a couple of changes, small changes. Under 3, when it says on a lot containing at least 20,000 square feet, I would say on a lot in the Brook Road Overlay District, just to make it clear that we're not, just to make it clear.
That's good.
And in 12, second line, the requirements for grant of a special permit, just put in section 9C. That's 1X dot capital C.
I'm sorry, which,
If it finds that this is 12. If it finds that the requirements for grant of a special permit, and then just say in section 9C, 1X dot capital C.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Right there, okay. Thank you, got it. Thank you. Very good, thank you, Alex. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Yes, please come forward, Mr. Sloan.
Hello again, Joe Sloan. A couple of specific points. I want to reinforce what April said earlier about her perception of public input up to this point, and I did a quick little review of some of my notes from discussions here at planning board meetings and from watching the video of that meeting at Tucker School, and I could not find a single person, in fact, who had commented that he or she would like to see additional commercial activity there. So I think that it was, in fact, more comments directed to solving the problem that exists there, and you know, there was no proposal. That you reinforced that a number of times, that there was no specific proposal, but there was no one that came forward and recommended more commercial activity. We were remembering today the time period when the former Knights of Columbus building was in fact used for some commercial activity. There was dance classes that operated in there. And that there was a lot of traffic that was generated by that, and some very challenging traffic patterns with people that were trying to access the food mart and such. So, so I don't think that you would find many people that would support, who live in the area and know the area well, who would support additional commercial activity. I think that it will be important at town meeting to explain to folks from the get-go why we need to do this. Like what can the owner of the property do currently without any changes or additions, or without this article passing, what that person could do. And specifically, I watched the video of the warrant committee meeting when you presented this, and I think I might offer a possible correction. I think I heard that you stated that the Knights of Columbus building was a pre-existing non-conforming building. That building has lost its status according to our bylaws, and so our in section 4 of the bylaws that talk about non-conforming uses of building and land, it specifically defines the term abandoned as non-use of such land or building for a period of 2 years shall constitute abandonment. So technically, by our bylaws, I believe that certainly that building has been in its current state for longer than 2 years. So I don't believe that it has non-conforming, pre-existing or non-conforming status at this point. So again, I think that will help at town meeting to set the stage for why we think that this is a good idea to go forward with this particular zoning, because this would enable more options, as you've described it, more options for development on the property than, say, a single-family house. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I make a follow-up point to that?
Sure.
The building commissioner has determined that existing building cannot be reused, the Knights of Columbus. So I think it's important for people to realize the original proposal by the owner was to put 6 townhouse units in that building envelope, and it's now deteriorated to a point where it cannot be reused.
I think it's just hard for people sometimes to understand how the building is in a single-family district get built like that.
Yeah.
And so the technical point that you make, point well taken, but I think what I was trying to say is, this is how these things sort of happened, and how we have underlying zoning that doesn't really match the conditions on the ground in general context in which I made that statement, but thanks for pointing that out. Is there anybody else who would wish to speak to us about the article? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening.
Thank you for your patience.
Sorry for my loud shoes. My name is Christy Kaufman. I live at 229 Brook Road, and I am just a few houses down from the property. I support this. I actually, if you wanted to build an amusement park there at this point, I would support that. I have a son who is 16 years old, and a few years ago, he and a few of his friends were skateboarding, and they were on the property looking for some wood where they shouldn't have been, and they came across a dead body. Now, was this a life-altering, terribly traumatic incident for him? I think he's recovered just fine. But has this been not such a wonderful experience for us? Yeah, that wasn't great. I don't know that this was widely known around the town that this happened there, or that there were children who actually discovered that. But I think that happened should never have happened. And for these conditions to continue like this, I understand what I heard in that meeting was that people didn't care who was going to take responsibility, whether it was the town, whether it was the developer, and that they might rather an amusement park be built there than how it is now. And I, for one, actually wouldn't be opposed to more commercial development there, but I think I might be from a different ilk. But that being said, I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think that I am sharing this because I don't think that people quite understand, who are not on the ground there, just how deplorable it is. It's not just an eyesore, it's actually dangerous. So, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here? Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. Priscilla Hayden Sloan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. I just wanted to say thank you to April for all the work that you did on this. The conversation in our neighborhood is that people are really pleased with the idea of a small, controlled, multifamily development. And given that the businesses on the corner are not interested at this time, to be able to go forward with a residential is giving people confidence that we can regain control of the process again. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak to this article? Okay.
I just have
Brian?
one quick comment, because I
Sure.
can't help myself. I just want to point out that this is a perfect example of where we can use the traffic mitigation fund. This is a small project on a disastrously bad intersection, and this project will never be able to bear the cost of fixing that intersection. But it can certainly contribute to a fund that will then help to offset the issues with that intersection. So this is a perfect example of why we should be implementing a mitigation fund as soon as possible so that we can start collecting and making a better impact on our traffic issues in the town. Sorry, I had to say
Agreed.
it.
Lauren, did you make the changes that Alex recommended?
I did.
Okay. Are there any other comments or thoughts about this article, members? No. All right, Article 8. Lauren? Or no? I'm going to have Brian do this.
Okay, I'll just very quickly, this is a recommendation that came about after some discussions on this board and with people in some of the people in town that have been talking about, or thinking, some people who have been thinking about whether or not they would want to run for planning board. And there are many people who think that a 5-year term is a very long time to have to serve, and that a 10-year term, if you wanted to run twice, is even longer. It's exceptionally long. We are currently, I believe, the only board in town, elected board for sure, that serves 5 years. The next longest is 3. There's certainly an argument for accountability that comes with a 3-year term, that people have to do what they said they were going to do in order to get elected, to make sure that if they're not doing that, we don't have to wait 5 years to hold them accountable for that. And I think generally, this is sort of both a recruiting tool and an accountability tool that is being put forward. I also did some research. I researched 168 towns in Massachusetts. I have not gotten through them all. I'm still trying, but it's a lot of work. I was able to determine, by looking at town websites on all but 48, some good information about boards. And 38% of those 120 towns that I was able to determine, I was unable to determine 48. 31% or 37 towns are 3 years. 1.7% is 4 years, which is 2 towns, which I'm not even sure how they do 4 years because the statute requires 3 or 5. And 67.5% or 81 of the towns are 5 years. So certainly there's a majority of the towns that are still 5-year boards, but you have 30% that are 3. So it's not it's certainly not a significant minority. There are other towns thinking about this. I know Southborough is considering putting this on their warrant articles right now for the same 2 reasons that I've just given, to reduce to 3 years. And so I thought it was worth consideration to have a discussion at this board level and then at the town level.
Okay, is there anybody here in the audience who would like to speak to this article? Mr. Neely, please come forward. Thank you for your patience waiting.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, members of the board. At the request of your board, we did, the Government Study Committee, have a discussion on this last Thursday night. It's really a topic that we have not previously addressed in terms of length of term. The committee did not take a formal vote on Thursday night, but as we discussed it, we thought that there were some positive attributes to this in terms of re-election. Possibly, it may be that if you get to the point you've completed your first term, if you look ahead and say you got 5 more years to go, 10 years is a long commitment. There's obviously members in the town, members have served 20, 25 years, but at the same time, you've had some members over the last 20 years that have completed 1 term and said they really, wherever they are in life, they're not ready to commit to another 5 years. So, as a kid, we didn't take a formal position, but we thought maybe there's some positive value that maybe you yourselves need to consider and sit back and say, hey, if you look back and say, when you get to that re-election, will this attract people to retain people to stay on the board and give them, at least not only when they're looking at re-election, but for candidates. Many times when you're running for office, having been elected to the school committee and the board of selectmen, you sit back and say, okay, if I get elected to this board, am I just running for 1 term? Frequently, many times people look at it and say, okay, if I get on the board, I really am committing to more than 1 term. So I think in some cases, if you're sitting back in the public looking to run for the office, I think some people find it hard to consider 10 years. That's a long time to sit back and say when you're initially planning to run for a position. If you're planning to run for the school committee or the board of selectmen, and you want to run for more than 1 term, you think you should at least commit, at least mentally and family-wise, you might be thinking 6 years or 9 years or something. But in your case, if you decide to run for planning board, a lot of people expect that you're going to run again. Running again for 10 years is a lot more difficult than running for 6. So there's some, it's some positives to it. Again, we didn't take a position on it because we haven't really studied it. We certainly haven't done the research that Brian has.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Yes, Mr. Whiteside.
I actually wrote something here. A member serving on the planning board is required to do much more than simply offer ideas about possible new zoning. Each member serves in a quasi-judicial capacity in determining subdivisions, special permits, and other discretionary matters. In order to do so, the member should have a general familiarity with the zoning bylaws, the rules and regulations of the planning board, the subdivision control law, and the zoning act, and experience in how they are to be applied. The members have considerable discretion in determining applications in a wide variety of real estate matters. It's important that each newly elected member has time to acquire knowledge and experience so as to best function as a member. In my opinion, a 3-year term does not allow sufficient time for educating a member and for allowing him or her adequate opportunity to serve as a knowledgeable member. And I think that a 5-year term is actually a great inducement for people thinking about running for office.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this article? Okay. Then we'll go to Article 9.
Well, I said a lot of my points in our last discussion,
Okay,
but I
sure,
did.
you want to come back to it?
I did have.
On 8 or 9, I'm sorry.
Sorry, the adjustment of
The term?
yeah,
Okay, on 8.
the 5-year term or 3-year. So in the last election, we had select board term of 3 years, and we had 3 openings and 3 candidates. And then we had 1 planning board opening, and we actually had competition for it. We had 2 people running for it. So I think sometimes we make assumptions, and we don't know. You don't know what's going to draw somebody to it. I do think there are pros, and I do think there are cons. I do think that something Alex said stuck with me, that with a 5-year term, I'm one of the newbies here, Rich and I, but my first year, it was just such a steep learning curve. And then now I'm halfway through my 2nd year, and I'm relieved I don't have to think about running again. I'm not worried about any aspect of it because I have 5 years. So when I was running, I mentioned this before, when I was deciding to run, I said, why is the term so long? And someone told me that it was so long to narrow down on the special interests influence on members. In other words, if you're not thinking about running again, you're not going to be swayed by the special interests and if they could help you in your campaign and so forth. So, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I think there's pros and cons to both 3 and 5.
Brian?
Totally agree that there's pros and cons. There always are. I do think that the argument that's being made about both the special interests and the amount of time it takes to get ramped up should be applied to the Board of Selectmen and probably should be applied to the school committee. I mean, those are the people that are making our general bylaws. Those are the people that are educating our children. So I don't know how we argue that the planning board needs more time to educate themselves than those 2 groups. I also think that, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But generally speaking, that's, I think it's a consistency thing for me. If it's good enough for one, it's good enough for all from the standpoint of getting up to speed. So that, I think that's how I feel. And look, looking at 10 years when you're running, that's more than the President of the United States can run for. And that requires some ramp up, arguably. I'm not sure now.
It should be a learning curve.
And frankly, that's what I was going to say. If you're running for planning board, generally speaking, you should have I think candidates generally have an interest in this stuff. So they're not coming in totally blind. I mean, you're a newbie and you came in new a year ago, but you'd done all kinds of work on applications that were in town. You'd worked on Milton Muse, and so you weren't completely ignorant of how things worked. And I don't think someone that would ever run. So anyway, those are I just wanted to make those 2 points.
I just want to
And I
also...
appreciate the debate.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do, and I
As
think
do
it's
I. I think it's really important.
I think it's a good, and I'm not gonna, die by it.
I agree.
And I would be relieved in some ways, but I do.
It wouldn't apply to you anyway. So.
Yeah, it's not retroactive.
Not till next time.
But I do, on a principle, I do think that this is.
I do want to point out, I know that I've benefited greatly from taking advantage of training that's available to us several times a year. The Citizens Planning, help me with this.
Citizen Training Planning Collaborative.
Thank you.
So tired. It's not even 10.
And they run some great workshops on the
Planning,
subdivision
training,
control law, on all of the things that we work with. And they are taught by, sometimes I heard Alex Whiteside taught them. The ones that I attended were taught by other attorneys. But so the opportunity to ramp up quickly can be taken advantage of by going to those training sessions. So in terms of the time that it takes for people to sort of learn about these things. Are there other comments about this? Yes, Rich?
No, I don't want to repeat anything because I agree with both. For the points, I think there are pros and cons. For me, I think the pros would outweigh them a bit. The other comment I would make is, look at the warrant committee. The warrant committee, they're not looking for everyone to be an accountant, right? They're looking for broad experiences, and that's technically 1 year. You know what I mean?
It's one big year, though.
It's 1 year, though, and so you ramp up pretty quickly. Technically, most people like to say that you stay on for 3 years, but I've seen people come on and off for 1 year, and I've seen people stay off for many more than that. So,
Rich and I both served on the warrant committee together at the same
yeah.
time, and it was definitely 1 year of doing a huge ramp up.
Yeah, it's a lot of ramp up, and there's training classes along the way. And I think I agree with Brian's comment. I don't think most people would run for. It's elected position, so it's not easy to get into.
Or out of.
What?
Or out of.
Or out of. So you're not going to run unless you've done a little bit of homework on it.
Okay. So are we ready to move on? Oh, I'm sorry, April. I'm sorry.
Everybody had a chance.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I don't think that's been our role here, but I just want to say I respect Alex's opinion so much and Denny's, but I really, really strongly support this article.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
I'm trying to keep us moving here
Yeah,
since the hour. But I do want to give everyone a chance to speak. So Article 9, Brian, will you give us an overview?
Yep,
Bless
so this is an article that would appoint an associate member. We've had a lot of conversations about this, and of all of the things we've talked about tonight, I think this is the one that needs the most hand-holding and most question as to whether it's ready. But I think the guiding principle of this is that in our town, you have a special granting permitting authority on the planning board, and you need a supermajority vote, or a 2/3 vote, which is 4 out of 5. If you have one planning board member who has a conflict of interest, or halfway through an application gets sick and misses 2 applications or whatever, you now need a unanimous vote. If you get 2 people out, you're in trouble. This would allow the chair or allow us to appoint with the Board of Selectmen an associate member that would sit in on special permit hearing meetings only, and hear those meetings, not participate until such time as there was a conflict of interest. So that could be at the very beginning of the hearing, or that could be halfway through if someone got sick or stepped out. And they would then participate from that point forward and vote at the end, so that you were still able to achieve a 4/5 vote. And that's really the guiding principle of this. This was harder to research, frankly, because a lot of towns have an associate member spot, but they haven't filled it. So it was a lot harder to quickly figure out what towns have an associate member and which ones don't, at least have an associate member seat available. But what I was able to clearly determine out of the 120 towns that I was able to get some good research on, 55 have associates, so that was 46%. Some have 2 associates, some have 1, some are appointed, some are elected. I didn't do that level of research. I tracked some of it, but then I started to go faster trying to get through some of the numbers. So that gives you some rough numbers. Obviously, that's only 168 towns, so there's probably another, there's probably 100 missing from that number. So in any case, that's the crux of this, and we've certainly we've made some changes. The big changes we made were, frankly, that the member would be present but not participating until such time as their vote was required.
Now, I know that Mr. Neely would like to come speak to us about this one, because he and I did speak about this a little bit, and they have done, their committee did do some research on this some 5 years ago, so.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Our committee, in fact, recommended this. The warrant committee chose not to support it back at the time in 2013. So it was not approved, but in fact, I forwarded to the chairperson a copy of the work and research and the actual article. Our committee did discuss this article this past Thursday night. If you go back to why did we even look at this back in 2012, 2013, the reason for that was to provide help to the citizens, help to the people who are applying, and help to the board. So really, the audience is the applicants, the general citizen population, and you, the members of this board. And the overall goal is to provide an improvement in governance and in timeliness and efficiency. So your governance will be improved if you have a timeliness in terms of permit processing and efficiency in terms of getting permits done with the proper full complement of board members. Certainly had a situation in the last 5 years since we made the recommendation where the Ford Ranch Road project had a member had to recuse himself. So you certainly have had the experience of that situation. As we looked at the proposed article, our concern was it's too narrow. Our concern is we're questioning why it's only for special permits. We raised that question. We raised the question of why it would only be a one-year term, because the special permit process could start 6 months into someone's term and easily last a full year. So, we didn't come back and say to you it should be X number of years. We just think 1 year is too short. We had a concern about the chairperson deciding, exclusively making that decision as to when to seat the member. We thought that it should be automatically. If there's somebody recusing themselves, we think the alternate member should be automatically become a sitting member. And certainly, I know one of the controversies back then, and I'm sure it's still a controversy, is whether it should be appointed or elected. There are arguments for both. The situation is that you can argue that, well, all of you were elected, and why should this person be appointed? Well, this person is going to sit out quite a bit of time, is not going to have the same term that you have, and you sit back and say, if they're going to show up at your meetings, participate, and not vote all the time, that's the difference between being appointed and elected. So that's, you get the vote because you were elected by the public. This person's only stepping in when one of you has to recuse yourself, or you're sick, or you're not able to attend. So as we looked at this thing, we didn't vote up or down on this. We're not sure that it's really ready for this fall town meeting. If you take a look at the article that we prepared, if you take a look at the issues I've raised tonight, there's certainly time over the next 2 months to get this ready for the annual town meeting and resubmit this in January. So I think you need to really debate amongst yourselves at some point in time, whether it's tonight or some night in the future over the next 2 months. Again, looking at that narrow concept that you have now of only doing special permits versus having the person attend the meetings and participate if one of you is out of town and benefiting from seeing all the discussions you've had tonight. So to call in a person and say, hey, can you show up tomorrow night for a special permit? That really doesn't, benefit the community. It doesn't benefit the person. The person really has an opportunity to learn and participate and watch, and yet have to sit back when it's time for a vote. But at least they were there and they learned something. So I think you have to, again, look at that term, look at the narrowness of this. Obviously, you're going to get comfortable with the appointed, which you did have, but again, some people are going to raise that question about whether it should be elected. And, again, look at whether the chairperson has to make the appointment, the actual designation, or we just have it automatically. So that's where we are in this thing. We're happy to help, and we did do research, by the way. We did 25 towns back then, and it had a variance. Situate was elected, Belmont and Wellesley were appointed. There were a number of different towns, and we had slightly under 50%. I think we had closer to maybe, I think we had 10 out of 25 or so, 8 out of 25. So that's back in 2012. So we didn't do as extensive research as Brian's done.
Yes.
We can certainly, if you would like to delay to hear other comments, I certainly would like to hear other comments as well. But as the author of this, having heard Government Study Committee, I would like to bring this back for further study for annual town meeting. Both because I think Government Study has made good points and should be involved in this. But secondly, I think the length of term and probably elected versus appointed probably will be a bit informed by what happens with the 3-year term.
Okay, I do believe that there's still some discussion about a special town meeting in January or February, so that might be an opportunity too.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
I'm just curious. When you studied this and when you wrote your article, did you determine how the appointed person was selected?
We actually recommended appointed.
Appointed.
By the planning board and the board of selectmen.
That's what we did too, right?
Yeah, so it's consistent with that.
Consistent. And I did think 2 years was an interesting idea. Have you ever studied going from 5 to 7 members for the same reason?
Yeah, we have not, we looked at that, but we didn't really focus on that as really the choice. We thought the alternate was better than going to 7. The town, by the way, back in the 20s, actually had 3.
3 planning board members?
3 planning board members. At some point between the 20s and the 30s, and it may have been in 38 when the zoning bylaw changed, maybe it was changed in 38, but at some point between 22 and 40, I think it was, it went from 3 to 5. But we didn't, we discussed 7, but we did not go in that direction.
And Mr. Neely told me that Katie Conlon is the one who did the research.
of
And
research.
so, I mean, we could always ask her to come in and speak to us. And I can also circulate what Mr. Neely sent to me. Yes, Rich?
Yeah, I only have one question, because I agree, I mean, if Brian wants to, I mean, that makes perfect sense to bring it back, but I do want to make one comment to the elected and non-elected. That was one of my biggest reasons why I was on the fence, but I actually agree. You made a lot of great points about, I don't want to repeat them, but you made a lot of great points, so I don't think that would be one of my biggest concerns anymore. I do have one question, though, and it's not something that I would have held it up for or voted it down because of, but I'm just, since you're sitting here, I'll ask you the question. You made comment that you agreed with the joint planning board and selectmen, and I know that different things require some of the selectmen, some of the moderator, some are, in this case, why would, is there a reason to have both boards jointly approving the person?
I think that's consistent with the
Is that
existing
what it is?
process for the
Okay.
planning board vacancy right now. So, for example,
Okay.
I remember Dr.
That's what
Ian
it comes from.
Coghlan
All right.
was appointed to the planning board, as I recall.
Yep, that's
That's
what it
right.
came. That's where it came from.
Makes sense, and that was really my question, where did it come
Vacancy.
from? Okay.
So is it by a majority of both boards?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's consistent also. I was on the selectmen when we had an appointment to the school committee. And
Yeah.
that was the same situation. It was the school committee and the board of selectmen by majority vote.
I actually want to say one, sorry.
all right, go ahead.
I would say that you made a comment about, sorry, you were concerned about the chair making the decision for them to take part. My only question or my comment for consideration, because I don't know if that's right or wrong, because it makes sense what you said, but then I would worry is, what happens if we had a vacancy in that role? Do we have to have, I mean, what happens if you don't have somebody in that position, in that alternate position, and we have to have somebody recuse themselves? Right now, you would just run with 4 people. Could we still run with 4 people?
You can run with 4
Yes.
people, but it had to be unanimous vote.
No, understood, but I wouldn't want to hinder ourselves from doing that in the off chance that we didn't have somebody that wanted the job or something.
If you lost, let's say one of the remaining 4 gets sick and miss
Right.
some meetings, you have some, I'm not sure, you have special work you have to do to catch up, don't you?
You can only
John,
miss
do the
one.
statute.
4 to participate.
Yeah.
If you have fewer than 4, you can't act on.
Right, I just didn't know if you, by changing those words, that they had to be appointed by the, you said, I think you were questioning the must be appointed.
We were saying your proposed article uses the chairperson as the person that would, may then designate the associate member to sit on the board for the purposes.
Right, because I was thinking, what if they decide not to, because there isn't
Well,
one?
we're proposing getting rid of that may, saying that the person automatically is seated.
Right. They're
Just
automatically
automatically
seated.
happens.
If
Automatically.
there's actually somebody in the position.
Right,
Right.
so our article just simply said the alternate became a member when a person recused
I get it,
themselves.
all right, cool.
So in
Excuse
your
me,
vision, you have 2 years and the person is sitting at the table the whole time and they only step in to vote when someone recuses themselves.
Well, a
Do they,
special
do
permit.
they speak at the table?
Well, they could potentially, let's say on another night, if there was an absence, they potentially could participate and vote on a other planning board matter.
Not how it's written, though.
That's not how yours is written.
Correct.
That's our objection. It's too narrow. We're saying it should be broader and the person sits on the planning
I
board.
think we were on the warrant committee that year, weren't we? And I wonder why we voted it down. I don't know. I'd love to look at my notes and see what I thought.
So we're,
I'm sorry, John, you had a comment?
Yes, but only if Mr. Neely's finished.
Okay, yes,
I don't mean to cut him off.
I didn't know.
go ahead.
A couple of points here. Number one, this can only apply to special permits. The Town Government Study Committee questioned why, by statute, that's the only function an associate member can fulfill. You can't use them
Okay,
in subdivision, for example.
okay.
2, the the wording that's added is, shall be present at all hearings on special permit applications, but can only participate if the chairman so designates. And there's some confusion here. If this were to pass, you can't have a member show up in the middle of a proceeding. The way the law reads is, a member of an adjudicatory board like the planning board has to be present at all hearings with the exception that he or she can miss one hearing but can review tapes of the hearing. So this would not allow the associate member just to be called on night 6 because someone couldn't participate. It has to be you have to have, again, participate in either all the hearings or all but one. And for the one hearing you missed, you have to review the tapes of it. And there are other bases. It's not only absence, inability to act, or conflict of interest would be the 3 reasons why the associate member might be called upon to act, to participate. But that point about participation is very important because, again, that's a so-called Mullen rule. It's based on a case that was named Mullen was the plaintiff. And you just can't come in willy-nilly. You have to be familiar with the case.
But in this case, where it's only special permits, the board would be able to let the associate member know that there's no special permit on the agenda for a particular meeting, and then they wouldn't have to come that night, right?
Correct.
So then again, it would be incumbent upon the board to let the associate know when a special permit
Yes.
was on the agenda, and then they'd have to come to every meeting that special permit was being heard at.
Yes.
And then further, if you're on night 6 and somebody gets sick and can't come back, you're down to 4 and that person would not be coming in.
Correct.
Okay.
So there have been
Unless-
times, sorry.
Excuse me, unless
Okay.
that person had been there for 1 through 5.
Okay.
I think there have been times when an agenda item on a special permit has had to get moved because we didn't have enough people present who could actually participate, because if you can't miss, just that one meeting. And some of these special permits can take some time.
Yes.
Hearing that, are we still looking to push it? Because that answers some of those questions.
Yeah, I think we should push it though,
Okay.
because I think the 3-year term is going to inform if you have a 3-year term, and I think there's enough reasons and things to talk about, especially, don't know that there's consensus on participation, although I think
Yeah, and there's still a question about the
enough
1
we need
year.
to move around
Yeah.
here. So I think it would be helpful to be informed better by the Government Study Committee.
Sounds good.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak to it? Yes, please come forward. Mr. Whiteside, we're keeping you late.
The statute says that this has to be in the zoning, so it can't be a general bylaw. It says zoning ordinances or bylaws may provide for an associate member. So it would be probably good to kick this over to the spring.
Okay, anything else on it, Alex?
Well,
I'm not trying to rush you by saying the hour's late.
If you have a one-year term and the year expires, then you've got a huge problem. And of course, if you say the person will serve until there's another appointment from the joint board, once you find someone, you know that person's going to be there forever. I think that figuring out a way to find an associate member, but make it attractive enough so that you can rotate the person, or if he's or she is great, reappoint them, but not get into the problem that their term has expired, so the special permit goes fluey and so.
Okay, good point, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sloan.
Hello. It's been interesting to listen to your discussions about this the last few meetings, and the one point that I wanted to make as an observer was to, and this was partly answered by Mr. Flynn earlier, was was not just the importance of the attendance, but also the participation, and you've talked about that extensively, especially at your last meeting. And as an observer, it's always clear that by the time any member of the planning board gets to the point of making a vote, his or her questions have been completely answered. So I think that it's important as you go forward with this and think about not just, again, the attendance piece, but how that associate would participate. We would all want, if the situation came up, that the associate was in fact part of the vote, to be sure that that person's questions were completely answered so that that person was in fact, as was raised by a couple of people here at the last meeting, was a very informed decision and not just someone who was a proxy making, to help get that supermajority, to help get that vote. So I'm not sure, that we collectively know the answer to that at this point, and maybe we know that from finding out what other towns do. But I think that we would all want that associate at the point where that person might be in the position of making a vote, feel that all of the individual questions, not just the collective board's questions, but that individual person's questions have been answered. So hopefully that's something that you can work on going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak to the board on this article? Okay, so Brian has suggested that our recommendation be to send this back to the planning board for further study. So, given that, John, should we do the articles separately in terms of our
So
vote?
I'm gonna revise it now. to look at
Okay,
it.
so then lastly, this will be quick, I believe, would be Article 16, Part B. So, I think we explained this before, but Lauren, go ahead.
Sure. Article 16, Part B is a smaller portion of a larger motion that, in essence, changes any gender-specific terms such as Board of Selectmen, Selectmen, Selectman, Chairman, etc., to a gender-neutral term. So this Section B specifically references how it will affect the zoning bylaws of the town.
Would anyone in the audience like to address the board on this article? Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments about this article? All right, we said we were going to come back to Article 3. I didn't forget. So, John, have you had a chance to think about this, and do you think it's something we can handle tonight, or is this something that we should send back?
I think you can handle it tonight.
Okay, excellent.
I conferred with Mr. Clark and hopefully didn't distract the meeting doing so, but I have two suggestions. One is in the first line of the text, I'm sorry, in the top section where it first mentions
Can I read it in?
just so I'm clear before was the intent that the new language apply to a corner lot, but that the existing paragraph not change?
Correct, because you want all the front yards to remain when you have, whether it's a corner or not a corner, to still have that requirement. What we wanted to do was in the situation of a corner lot, make it apply to both sides that face the street.
Then, in the second paragraph, if you will, where it identifies the new language, in the first line, in the side yard setback area of a corner lot. Got that word.
Is a corner lot defined in the zoning bylaw?
No, that's,
Okay.
Then add a sentence. The substance would be to add a sentence at the end of that quoted language. In this context, a corner lot means a lot which borders the intersection of two streets, to throw that out for consideration by the planning board. And if that's acceptable to the planning board, to add, make those two changes to the first paragraph that describes the new language, and then down below where it says how it'll read.
Could you repeat the second part again?
In this context, a corner lot means a lot which borders the intersection of two streets.
Do we need to add way?
Yeah, if it's a private.
Yes, probably, yes.
Two streets
Streets
or ways?
ways, yes, thank you.
Do folks think that addresses the concern?
Yep.
Okay. I think so. And you have that on the screen, Lauren? Okay. So, given that, all right, so let me just ask, is everyone comfortable, well, let's just vote each article, I think, given that we're going to pull one,
Vote
right?
each article?
Let's vote each article. Is that, John?
'Cause I can do it by removing one if everybody's
Okay.
in agreement on everything else.
Well, I guess the question is everyone in agreement on voting all of the articles with the exception, well, actually, with
With the exception of number nine.
No,
Well, I'll
actually,
make the recommendation separately. No, nine.
no, the 8 can be, our recommendation will be to send it back to us. And so all of the
Nine.
recommendations would go forward, right?
It's
Do you see what I mean?
9.
But
Nine is the one we're not
Nine.
sending.
you're not supportive of 8.
That's what I wanted to find out.
So you have to vote
You
no
don't
on
have to.
everything.
No, that's all right. So we'll pull it out and do
Yeah.
8 separately. So
Yeah.
I'll do everything
And
and traffic.
5, I want to put back for further study, but I recognize
All right,
I'm
so
probably
5 and
wrong.
8. So we'll vote those two in distinct, we'll date 5, 8, and 9 separately.
So
Can I
John,
start making motions?
so I just want to make sure John's comfortable with our plan.
I am, that's what I just heard, yes.
Okay.
So I move that the planning board vote to approve and submit to the Warren Committee the recommendations for Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 16, Part B, which are attached here to and incorporated by reference.
Second.
I'm sorry, can you review 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7,
And 16B.
Yeah.
6, 7, and 16. You pulled out
5, 8, and 9, which I will make separate motions for.
5, 8, and 9. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move that the planning board vote to approve and submit to the Warren Committee the recommendations for Article 5, which is attached here to and incorporated by reference.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm different. I vote to put it back for further study to include the town engineer and DPW director.
So are you,
Submit in January.
I'm sorry, finish. I'm sorry, interrupt
Back
you.
for further study to include the town engineer and DPW director and resubmit in January.
So are you making that as a suggested friendly amendment? Because we have a motion and a second.
I thought it was just a different vote.
You can have a
You
different
just
vote.
vote
It's
no
just a
then,
c- you would
and you're just
vote-
giving us
vote
the
no.
reason why.
You can have it as a comment.
That's my comment.
Okay.
Okay. So, All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
wanted to say no.
I move that the planning board vote to approve and submit to the warrant committee the recommendations for Article 8, which is attached here to and incorporated by reference.
Second.
Any comment or discussion?
Wait a minute, 8?
Planning board term.
Three
Is the
again.
term.
The
Okay,
5
so I'm
years.
Three-year
So
term.
you
That
guys are all
but
together.
If you would like to put a comment in for the record.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, you guys have heard it.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
One more. I move that the planning board vote to approve and submit to the warrant, excuse me. I move that the planning board vote to bring back for further study Article 9, which is attached here to and incorporated by reference.
So, John, do we need to say we recommend to the warrant committee that
Is that how we
this
do it?
article be sent back?
Yes, but I would suggest to be referred back to the planning board for further study, just to
I accept
modify
that
your
as a
language
friendly
slightly.
Okay, so can we have the language repeated?
Sure.
I move that the planning board vote to recommend to the warrant committee that the subject matter of Article 9 be referred back to the planning board for further study.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
I second.
And seconded. Any comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I forgot to say, we closed I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. And you didn't look across the table at me. So you forgot to close the public hearing. All right, great. So we have folks here from the Milton Marketplace.
I'm sorry, move that we extend the planning board to complete our agenda this evening.
Is there a second?
Wait.
I'm sorry, we have somebody before the Milton Marketplace.
I'm good for the marketplace.
You get 131 first.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. At 7:45, we had amendment to special permit and site plan approval for
We'll be here till
131
2 in the
Elliott. And then at 8 o'clock, we had site plan approval for Milton Marketplace parking reconfiguration. I think they're both going to be fairly short, especially 131 Elliott. So
We have budget items that are fiscally sensitive.
we
right?
have to address a couple of the budget items if we are going to stay on schedule with what we've discussed for evaluating the Falcone project in East Milton Square, at least. And we can have some discussion about the other items, but those two absolutely, otherwise we will miss our target schedule and we will miss our
Madam
vendors.
Chair, I move that we extend the planning board agenda till 11 o'clock this evening.
How about 10:30 and we'll see where we're at?
10 minutes.
Oh,
We won't be done.
You're already over.
I'm so baked.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll do 11.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? One opposed, okay. All right, so, 131 Elliott, Mr. Corcoran, please come forward. So as you have a seat, if you will recall, board members, this matter came before us in April. We voted to support this
You're
height
right.
increase. It then went to the Board of Appeal, and a decision's been granted by the Board of Appeal, so it's now back to us.
Yes, just quickly.
Thank you, John.
Ned Corcoran with Steve Conley on behalf of the Carrick Realty Trust. In February of last year, the board granted special permit site plan approval for the development at 131 Elliott Street. We applied for, with this board's support and with the selectmen's support, for a height variance to address new code issues that have come into place since the bylaw was put in place in 2006. On August 23, the Board of Appeals voted affirmatively to vote in favor of the variance to allow a height increase of a total of 4 feet without opposition. A copy of their decision was just published, I think, on Monday. I think the board has received copies. Procedurally, this board now needs to amend the special permit to incorporate the provisions of that variance into the special permit. So the request tonight is that the board would vote to amend the special, the February 2017 special permit to incorporate the terms of the variance. This is consistent with the board's prior history with variances granted for height relief at 36 Central Avenue, 2 Elliott Street as well, project that unfortunately never got built, but which was granted a height variance.
Yes.
Do we have language to vote on?
Yes.
And I did
Is that
submit
this?
a proposed draft of a,
This would just be an
it would be a
agenda?
first amendment to special permit and site plan approval that I submitted to Lauren and Bill.
That's this, right? This one?
No, it's a 1.5-page document with
Did you
signatures.
print that one?
I don't think I saw that.
Did we distribute it?
Let's see, maybe we did. This is a 5-page decision with the variance that was signed by the members of the Board of Appeals on September 10th. Monday.
April?
So I support this. I think the board's discussed it. If we have something to vote on, I'm prepared to do it.
So what if, can we make a motion that would be, that the language, Bill, you've reviewed the language,
I've seen it, I don't have it here.
but you've reviewed it and it's consistent with what we've discussed
And it's consistent with the,
with the Board of Appeal?
yes. I sent you the decision from the zoning board of appeals.
I did receive that. It was today, right? It was like this afternoon? Or am I confusing it with
No.
something else? I'm confusing it with the, something else.
Yes, you're thinking of the zoning board of appeals agenda.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
this came out on the 10th. We sent it over to you on the 10th.
You did send it to us. I remember seeing it, but I don't have a printed copy of it. All right, so,
And the form of the amendment, which I have, is consistent with the forms of amendment that the board, in fact, it's word for word almost from the 36 Central and 2 Adams Street.
so I think we could take a motion relying upon Mr. Clark's review of the language to be consistent with the Board of Appeals decision and with our, prior vote, that we would authorize. I'm getting tired too. As long as it's consistent, but as long as Mr. Clark has reviewed it and it's consistent, that we support the amendment. I think that kind of motion could work. What's your thought, Bill? And
I think
Ned.
you'd make it simple, that the board would vote to amend the special permit to adopt the findings of the Board of Appeals with respect to the variance for the height of the building, and execute the form of amendment that's been reviewed by the town planner.
there you go. Somebody who hasn't been sitting up here doing this all.
When will, is this it, Lauren?
Yes.
Great.
Oh, Lauren, I thought she was gone. I was like, she just went home.
We're good with this plan?
Go to 11.
I made it wrong.
I thought something.
We really, if you can, we appreciate it if you could sign it tonight, because there are parallel 20-day appeal periods that run,
Oh, thank
the outcome of which they'll be able to secure foundation and building permits. Exciting thing is that the building has come
Lauren,
down,
have you
and
reviewed this?
a big pile of rubble there.
Can you just take a look at it too?
All right.
There's a lot of enthusiasm for what you've been doing at this site, so.
Yes, I'm hearing wonderful things.
I've been down there on the sidewalk every day,
Finally.
admiring the cranes
It's really
and
happening.
the sunlight.
Okay, I mean, this seems fine to me too, so I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those
Motion
in-
to
okay.
approve the First Amendment to special permit and to site plan approval for plan unit development 131 Elliott Street, Carrick Realty Trust applicant.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. All opposed? None? 5-0. Thank you, we'll sign it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are 3 copies.
Okay.
Does anybody have a blue pen?
I don't have a blue pen.
I'll send it around.
But I borrow your black pen.
It's okay, he has one, he has one.
I have a black pen.
You don't like my other 2?
Oh,
I even brought one down with
all
me.
right, sorry. I'm tired.
I don't know.
Stop listening.
Milton Marketplace is just on the parking issue, right?
Yeah, so Milton Marketplace, while we're signing, please come forward.
I've already built it anyway.
Well, they have,
Cheryl, did you ever get that answer about the size of the lot? Parking space?
you can ask that.
Oh, I don't have the big one. I have the big one.
Hi.
Thank you. Can I borrow your pen? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience. We all appreciate that
Oh,
we're
yeah.
we're trying
Oh,
to
it's 2.
work now into 2 applications for separating the parking lot from the building. I just want to remind you also on the building to please try and have your materials into the planning department a week before the meeting, because that gives us time to review.
Sure.
Which, I'm glad we were able to get the lighting in between, so we don't have to spend so much time asking questions and ask you to come back again. So we're trying to be efficient with our time and yours. So the lighting distribution plan that was distributed, and the lighting cut sheets that were distributed,
Probably would have thrown it that way.
and I asked the sort of legwork that I did to be circulated, so I think, did everybody get a chance to look at that email that I sent Denny and Rich? I won't regurgitate it if everybody's got a chance to see it. So basically, the reason I was asking the questions is to address the concern that one of the neighbors, greatly appreciate that your neighbors are glad to see that you cooperate with them and you talk to them and you're working with them to coexist. But there was someone who stated they had a concern about the site lighting, so that's why we wanted to make sure we took a look at it. And the SL4s that are in the back parking lot, the SL4s are different, just for my board members too. The SL5s, which are in the middle of the parking lot, those have a higher output of light, and I think they're also, those are the 16-foot poles versus the 14-foot poles, is that correct?
So ultimately, they're all going to be, well,
All
the
16.
proposed is 16. Just 3 of them would be on 2-foot concrete bases to protect them from plows in the winter because of where they're situated. But ultimately, the proposal was for 16 foot poles all around.
So, as I had a concern about that height because of the proximity to the residences. And even though they have the guard, the shield, so that the light is not bleeding back into those backyards, up 16 feet, somebody's, let's say your first floor is 2 feet above the ground, so you're sitting there, even on your second floor, which might be 9 feet above that, maybe at 11 feet, you're still looking out to where you'll have that light in your backyard in the background. It won't be coming into your yard, but it'll be back there in the parking lot. So I was interested in trying to get those lights as low as possible, just so that it has a lesser impact. And then I was concerned about, some people I think in town, when they saw the LED street lights go up, they said, wow, that's kind of a harsh light. And LEDs can be, but they don't have to be. So that's why the 4,000 Kelvin temperature is a very cool, kind of harsh. And that's why I asked if you could keep the same number of fixtures, lower the height, and change to a 3000 K lamp, then we get softer light and lower light, and it still would adequately light your parking lot. And the Apex rep ran the calcs and said that they could do that at the 14 feet. They could do it at 12, but has some concerns about whether it would impact trucks. But around this perimeter, there's no trucks going there because that's the front of the parking spaces? Or is this one over here near your loading dock one that would potentially get impacted by?
So I don't think anything in the back, well, actually possibly in the back.
I think the one by the pit needs to be the higher one.
This one here.
Yeah, because that's where the trucks are.
I agree.
So I'd like to suggest that these poles be 12, that this one could be higher to meet the trucks, and these could be the higher ones in the center of the parking lot, because this lot is like sandwiched between single-family residential, and this is really more related to the commercial, and I think having these on the occupancy sensors, which I noted are on there, is a benefit too, because if they're not needed, they won't be on, right? So that's great. I'm glad to see that.
Did you said, in the email it said 14, are you thinking of 12 now, or?
Well, I did ask him about the 12 too, and so I think you got the full email, because when he sent the information about the 14, I asked him if he would analyze the 12, and he said his reply was to see the lighting calculations with the mounting height of 12 and 3,000 K, still good, just need to make sure delivery trucks won't hit them.
Okay, I shouldn't see that, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So that's from Apex Lighting. It's a rep that I work with at my office in my business. And so I just wanted to, check on that, because it seems to me as long as the performance, is there for the parking lot. Yes, Brian?
I'm a little concerned about how dark it is along the wall of the building, where there's parking spaces, and then it's sort of the center of that back parking lot where you have head-in parks all in the middle there, right?
We do.
So, I mean, this is a parking lot out back behind a shopping center. Employees are going to be back there, customers are going to be back there, it's going to be dark back. This is going to be a dark parking lot in the middle and along the building. So I just wonder if you need one more light fixture in between those two islands. And I think you could handle the building issue with some wall packs, which you could just show in the design when that comes through. But along the front of the building, as you proceed to the back parking lot, you're down to 0.1 in all of those parking spaces. And that's kind of it's a dark area, so.
So we currently have a
You have
spotlight on
spots
the
there?
building.
Okay.
It's not terribly bright, but it's certainly bright enough to light that center.
Yeah, so when you come back, okay, so that's helpful. So in the area in the back, you're saying it lights that area. So it would be helpful if that could be reflected. Won't condition anything on it, but perhaps for the design approval, that we get a revised.
Is it on the existing building?
It is currently now.
It should be in those drawings.
Okay. The ones that are behind me, yeah, okay. I haven't looked at those, I just looked at what was sent to me
I
for
saw
this meeting.
there's wall packs, but those are not LED wall packs, right?
And they're not reflected on here. I want to see them reflected on the photometric.
Yeah, the photometric doesn't show them, that's why
That's what
Brian's
I'm
seeing
asking about.
zeros.
Yeah, so just when you come back with the revised design plan, which shows the spotlight, if you could have him add those to this plan, that would be helpful, that's all.
So we would ask, if this is the way we would go, we would ask for a plan to be submitted for the record, which actually reflects the specification that's discussed,
Finished
and then
condition.
add that.
Yeah, I want to see all the lighting.
Because we do have, what was in the email was, so this is the 14-foot one, I think, so we would, or no, this is the, I'll have to double check whether it's the 14 or the 12. But they can run these really quickly. They would just need to know the information on that fixture.
I don't have any issue with what's proposed here for parking lot lights. So we can push any of that to building design, because we can reflect that
On the building.
as part of the building design.
I see what you're saying. The
These
stuff that's
lightings
mounted
will
on
be-
the building.
Exactly, so that we can deal with the photometrics for the lighting on the building at that time.
Okay, I get you. All right, so,
Parking lot spaces.
Yes. Well, did we want to, is everyone done with lighting though before we get to parking lot spaces? Yes? Okay. Parking lot spaces. Rich had asked a question because it was been asked of him. As to,
No, you didn't.
as to whether the new parking lot spaces are the same width as they were before?
They are.
They are, okay.
What is that with? 9? They
Okay.
feel good when you're parking them.
All right, so do you have
Those-
any
those
grave
8
concerns?
spots. Remember the 8 spots on the,
So we have to approve not just the lighting, but the fact that that
change.
the new plan has additional parking spaces next to,
yes.
Correct.
I don't have an address on here though, but, do we have that address?
102.
I'm sorry. All right, so the
Probably says Dawson.
Dawson, right. And then the other thing was that you have, we discussed already the fact that you would have less parking spaces, but you still have more than what would be required by zoning. And given that this abutter was not opposed to your plan, that would be the one person or the one property that we would be most concerned about. So does anybody have any concern about approving those spaces, those 5 additional spaces at this location?
No. Nope.
And anything else about the plan that we discussed previously? No? Okay. So,
Well, they're coming back to us with the broader plan.
just the,
It's just the parking.
This is just the parking.
this is just the
Yes,
parking.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, so it's site plan approval, but I would like to have the motion include a lower pole height on the, however many fixtures that was, let me find them, on the back parking lot. And the others agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, would not include this one, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And we're going with 14 feet.
I'm suggesting 12 for these, and letting 16 feet be the remaining.
So I'm sorry, the ones up front?
Ones up front stay the same, except change the lamp to 3,000 K temperature instead of 4,000 K.
Okay, very good.
And then, same thing for this one that's closest to the building in the back.
Okay.
And then these are, everything's 3,000 K. And then these 8 fixtures would go to a 12-foot high pole.
Will you do that again? Yes.
These 8 go to, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Okay.
go to a 12-foot pole.
Yep.
Everything else can remain at a 16-foot pole. So that's all of these plus this.
Yep.
And then 3,000 K lamp everywhere.
Yep.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
There's 9 poles in the back.
Yeah, we were letting the one near the building go higher for delivery. Do you not need it to
The one closest
be?
to the building, okay, gotcha, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, and it's been seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor of the site plan approval as amended? I would just like to say, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You can thank them.
Comment-wise,
Exactly.
Bill and Mr. Munoz, if you could submit a plan for the record that reflects the changes that we just discussed?
Sure.
Just for the file, okay? So all those in favor? Again, aye. All those opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good night, all.
Good night.
Thanks for staying so late.
All right, budget.
Which one?
I'm trying to find where there's my glasses, sorry. All right, in the blue is,
Just the parking. Just parking and lighting.
because master plan funds require approval by both the planning board and the board of selectmen, and I think we all agree we would like the master plan implementation committee to be able to weigh in on those priorities, we have a kind of a timing issue because we're requiring us to coordinate sort of 3 different boards and committees meetings. So we want to be able to move forward with the peer-reviewed traffic in East Milton, and we wanted to be able to move forward with the MAPC's development analysis of the Adams Court project. And so with discussion, a lot of discussion between me and Bill and Lauren, we came up with this. Actually, MAPC's, it's been really hard to hold them to be able to commit to get this work done for our September 27th meeting that we discussed, which is only 2 weeks away. So if we don't approve this tonight, then they can't get that work done. So we suggested that they come out of planning board funds. We have $15,000 in the planning board budget that we could use towards this. This would take $11,500 of those funds.
Do you want to move?
I'll take a motion on that.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, great. Now, on the master plan implementation, the only, all right, let me just go to the bottom of this list first. The beta group, you will recall that at the end of the fiscal year, last year, so fiscal year 18, there were some funds left that we voted on. And we had allocated $6,910 for traffic and parking. What has come back from the beta group is they need more than that. So to do the traffic portion of that, it's a total of $10,750. From, if you subtract the $6,910 that we've already approved, that means there's $3,840 that needs to be, money needs to come from somewhere for that. That has not been discussed yet with the Master Plan Implementation Committee, but it is an ongoing thing that was discussed before. In addition to that, we would have the parking of analysis. This is based on the build-out analysis that MAPC is doing of the overlay district. So MAPC is going to be making that presentation, as we already said, on the 24th. So we wanted the traffic and parking companion to that. We would need these additional funds of $17,590.
I'm sorry, do you need this in order for that presentation?
No, the
okay.
MAPC is going to go forward, but if we wanted to do the next piece, which is the traffic and parking analysis, these numbers haven't yet been reviewed with the MPIC because we're not meeting again until the 24th.
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
For the budget.
You're right. Board of Selectmen and Bill arranged a quick meeting Monday morning for budgets. So I just want to run through them all first, okay? Can I? Yes? You?
No.
Everybody's getting so late here. I'm getting
punchy.
We've run through these numbers a lot. So the Urban Land Institute got back to Lauren with a date in December, but now they're looking at it might have to go to January. But we need at least $6,500, if not $7,000 for that, okay? To do a 40-hour technical assistance, MAPC has estimated $15,000. They're doing one for Peabody now. We don't actually have a proposal from them, but we wanted to have a number to plug in just so we could see what our total.
They gave us the scope from Peabody. It was $15,000. They're saying that it'll be $15,000 to do the same thing here. They know the area.
Okay.
And that's for East Milton.
That's for East Milton. And then the next item up, child's engineering, is something that the MPIC voted on at our last meeting. The permitting, which would define, part of defining how much dredging there's going to be requires some testing of material. And then that helps determine where a dock could go and how much work would be involved in putting in a dock. So it's hard to move anything forward until that kind of analysis is done. And then the ramp design, the most recent discussions is that the Milton Yacht Club and the Friends of Milton crew feel as if the land side can free up for additional users if the ramp that goes down no longer has the rail and cradles to get the boats into the water. It takes a long time to get the boats in and out of the water. If that gets rebuilt to be more of a traditional kind of boat ramp, then they don't need to keep cradles down there, so it frees up more of that area for other users, such as maybe you can get a kayak rental down there on a seasonal basis. Lauren, am I explaining this correctly? You're looking at me? Okay, so the committee did vote that they would to come to the planning board and to the Board of Selectmen to seek approval for the use of these funds. It would help determine what the scope of work would be to move forward. It would also help determine what the costs would be. That scope of work would allow us to apply for certain kinds of state funds that need a certain amount of background information before you can apply for them. And so that's why the committee and you heard Mr. Driscoll tonight, and we got an email from Mr. Schroe. There was support at that. We have a lot of people attend our master plan meetings, and there's support from those folks there to keep moving this forward. The committee itself said we would like to finish our work on this piece of it before the MPIC moved on to other things. So after that piece of work, which would be this, then it would be passed off, and how it would be funded to be built, and the next steps around that would be determined by the Board of Selectmen and others, the Parks Department. There's a lot of legal work that would have to be done still, et cetera. That's the background on it.
Cheryl, what's our objective here? We need to pick which we're going to do because we don't have enough money to do it all.
That's right. So the other thing is, if we pick something that hasn't been voted on by the master plan committee, I would say we have to consider whether we want to have on Monday this discussion. The master plan committee is going to meet on Monday to discuss these things. So here's something that I suggested to Katie Conlon today. It hasn't gone yet beyond that discussion, but perhaps there are some other sources of funds within the town that would help us get to this total number. Because I hate to see kind of one of these things kind of have to bump the other up, but there's not sufficient funds available, so.
So did the master plan vote on ULI yet?
No, because these numbers just came in.
Oh, okay.
We can definitely talk about it on Monday.
We got that number yesterday.
So.
Yes, April, before we go to Brian, yeah.
So I, as you know, because I've communicated with Cheryl through email, I have some issues with the dredging and the ramp design, because I feel as though what we're proposing now is moving from a planning exercise into a capital planning project, which I don't object to. And I heard from someone today from Milton Crew who said, if you don't do this tonight, it's going to die, and this is not going to happen. I mean, perhaps there's an urgency that I'm not aware of, but I'm not opposed to this. I just think we have to do a little bit more homework. I know Childs had sent some sort of letter previously that gave ranges for all different costs. I mean, there's no reason they couldn't do that for dredging, to give us some sort of idea of what we're talking about, the full scope of what we're talking about. I personally have very big issues with designing a ramp that we don't know how much it's going to cost, and we don't know how we're going to pay for it, and we don't know what department is going to be in charge of executing this plan. I've heard Parks might take this over, but Parks doesn't know they're taking this over yet. So I'm not opposed to this. I just feel like it needs a little bit more fleshing out. And maybe there's some timeliness issue that I'm not aware of, but you can tell me if that's the case. I would just like more time to figure out what this is and how we can put it into a context that makes sense for a capital project.
So one thing I'll explain about the determining how much it would cost would be, until they test the soils, they don't know whether there's contamination in the soils. And if there is, and what level there is, that could change the cost dramatically. So that's part of what this would be sending it to a testing lab. Mm-hmm. And then it would help define, because if it's found to have a ton of contamination, that might just, throw the cost totally out of it, but we won't know.
But that to me isn't dredge permitting.
Well,
or ramp design and permitting.
Maybe,
that's soil testing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a different thing. So that's maybe a differential that we should make here and flush this out a little bit more, because that makes sense to me. And that determines feasibility. But when we're talking about designing a ramp, and I looked at the scope from Childs, and it talks about, well, you just have to decide which path you want to pursue for dredging, and then we'll figure this out. I'm like, how the heck do we know that? We don't know that. One could cost 30 million, one could cost 1 million. We don't know. We don't have enough information. But they did provide another letter that said, If you're gonna rebuild the seawall, it could be between 100,000 and 400,000. I mean, maybe they can provide some sort of cost estimate range as far as the dredging piece, what we're talking about. But I think it just in general, I mean, for a capital planning project, which this is, there's a different standard. I mean, it's not, we're gonna do a planning study, which
Right.
we'll deal with later. I mean, this is, we're spending $30,000 for something we don't know who's in charge of, how we're ever gonna move it forward, if we're ever gonna move it forward, you know, what's the lifespan of a ramp design, who knows? It's just, for me, it's just a different standard for how we're gonna push ahead, and I wanna reiterate, I'm not opposed to this at all, and I don't wanna give the impression that I don't respect the master plan committee, that's not it.
It's also
I just
just
live
the
in the
first
world
we're
of capital
hearing of it.
planning,
It just
and I feel like
appeared
we
like
need to do a little
yesterday.
more homework on this one.
Brian?
I've had a problem with the dredge permitting and the ramp design as part of MEMPIC's budget for a long time. I agree that this is a capital planning item. It should be coming out of some other budget and not hitting MPIC and offsetting MPIC's ability to do planning. You know, I wouldn't want to see any of the bottom three things not get done. And so my recommendation would be to approve, subject to MPIC's approval, the bottom three lines and give whatever's left to Childs and leave it to the Board of Selectmen to find the rest. It's $17,090 short. So they've got to come up with, they've got to either bring down the scope or find some cash. But I don't think MPIC should be giving up on these planning initiatives. That's what their objective should be. And building a ramp should be a responsibility of the town of Milton, because it's going to be a 50-year, whatever the lifespan is, capital project.
It should be in the capital
It should
plan.
be in the capital budget.
Can I just make one more comment
Sure.
about Childs? I also would like to know what the result of our last contract with them was. They were going to try to resolve this Chapter 91 thing for the existing dock. And I don't know if we have a report back from them, Bill or Lauren, on,
On the Chapter 91 license,
yeah, I mean, has that been resolved?
I have one ready to be filed with Concom.
Good.
We did get the other part in terms of the dredge locations and relative quantities. The other thing is that rather than doing two docks in two different locations, the Yacht Club and the Friends of Milton Crew have been talking about doing one location, which would have two different heights, which would limit the dredge amount. So that's why I said there's a lot of work. I will just say in terms of the issue of urgency, that the Yacht Club has been operating on a tenant at will basis for some time, and they're very sensitive to that. They can't make capital expenditures not knowing what their future is. This is what they've told us. I'm not, passing judgment. The Friends of Milton Crew went to the Board of Selectmen, I think 2 years ago now, Bill? At least a year and a half ago, asking for support for another dock at the landing that's at a height suitable for the crew boats and to other canoes and kayaks. And I happened to be down there recently when I was watching people carrying those shells out of the water over to the other side of the farmer's market, and they're trying to get also a more convenient location to put the shells relative to the dock that they go in to. And it seems to be getting this sort of study done and sort of agreed upon, and knowing that right now there's a little bit of a tug. Is there room on the land side for the crew to move their stuff? And the Yacht Club says, well, if we can get the new ramp, then we don't need the cradles, and then we have more land side. So there are things that kind of get to a stymie point until you get some of these other things done. That's just the urgency side of it. I'm not,
We're therefore making decisions without a plan.
No, we have a plan.
I understand, but it's not informed by the entire plan for Milton Village. And
Oh, it is.
And
But
we I have to say, we as a board have not even discussed the plan for Milton Village. So
this is the wharf, and it's not zoning. So the wharf, the dilemma is there's the master plan itself is not purely planning board and zoning. The master plan has a lot of other things and other departments. That's why it requires approval of funds from both the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board, because some things the Board of Selectmen is really going to take the lead on. And so this is an item that's really for them, right? Whereas zoning things are really items for us. And the funds are really to be shared between the two. So it's not, somebody may come and say, all of the money can't be used for planning, because that's not the only thing that's in the master plan, not the only priority. Some people are very concerned about seeing the expansion of the access to the waterfront. So I'll just leave that part at that.
There is a significant amount of excess cash in the budget this year.
Well, I mean, like I said, seeing if they can go for a reserve fund transfer, putting it back to the Board of Selectmen. I mean, if that's what this board wants to do, that's what we can take back to them. I'm just telling you the discussions as our representative from the Master Plan Implementation Committee and all the background that I've had on it, just giving you the background. But the board, this board will decide what we want to do.
So I think, as the representative on the capital plan committee, I feel like there's a lot, this should be in the capital plan. There's a 5-year capital plan that Mike Dennehy puts together, and the capital plan committee reviews, just like the warrant committee on all those other articles, we look at the capital plan. And I don't think that what you're describing is outrageous at all. I understand that this is something that the town wants to see, and Milton Crew and the Yacht Club want to see, but my challenge is that there's 100 other things that people want to see too. And this is a capital project. So whether it's paid for by a state grant or a federal grant or the town resources, it needs to be fleshed out by Mike Dennehy to decide where does this rise in the level of priorities. And I'm not in a position to say it should be, I mean, it's sort of an end around to that process by saying we're going to use the master plan money. And it's not just because it happens to be available and the group came to you instead of coming to the plan committee. I don't know if that means it's a higher priority than other capital needs.
I'm not sure that you can bond this kind of work because
to build a dock or to build a ramp.
This is not monies for even designing it. This is
But
just buildings for permitting it.
We have a variety of sources, not just bonded.
Okay. Because I definitely the construction would be bonded, but I don't think that what we're looking for here would be. Yes.
I'm confused. So one of the comments you just made, that some of this hasn't anything to do with our committee, it's other committees that work on this. So with that being said, do we even, are we going to say yes to the bottom 3 and we can't say yes or no to the top anyway? And
No. If it's master plan funds, it has to be jointly approved by with us. All I'm saying is the lead party on them is different. That's all. And it's because the implementation doesn't lie solely with one pot of money. I mean, one board or another.
I feel like it's oh, sorry. I was going to say, it is a lot of money when you don't have it, but I agree with Brian. There's probably some money that you can get somewhere else. So I'd rather say we want all of this, and can you take it from transfer? I can't even speak. It's getting late. Reserve fund transfer.
All right. So, Denny?
I have an idea, but before that, I think the thing that I'm having a hard time with was I thought that the village was going to be on the next agenda, and then I find out today or yesterday that this is on this agenda, and there's a sense of urgency, but I didn't even know this was coming. So it's just, it would be great if you could bring us along so we know what to expect, that we're going to be voting on something. We have the materials in advance to understand what the urgency is, what the context of all of this is. That would be good. And I was trying to, anyway. But my idea is that I think we are all in agreement on the Metropolitan, the MAPC, and the Urban Land Institute. I'm pretty sure we're in agreement. And table the beta group for next week because MPIC hasn't even
voted, right?
Yeah.
I just will point out here, Denny, is that the costs are just higher than what we thought they were going to be when it was agreed to do the build-out analysis. Yes?
If I could also just clarify that the dredge permitting and the ramp design and permitting, there were 4 items given to us from Childs. We prioritized 2 of them in the fiscal year 18 budget. So these other 2 were in that report and the estimates were there.
From June.
That's where I saw. Yeah, but then I think I was concerned about that then, but I wanted to see the Chapter 91 thing resolved. So that was intentional on my part anyways. So I agree with you, Denny. I would be more than happy to support those two items. I would be more than happy to wait for have a further discussion on the Milton Village stuff until we see the build-out analysis. If that's what everybody's inclined to. And I'm happy to continue the conversation about dredging and ramp design. And maybe we can get a little bit more detail, because even in that child's scope of work, it wasn't incredibly detailed on what exactly dredge permitting is, because it's different than what you just described. I think.
Yeah, well, the way it's described there is, I think,
Approve these two
maybe the
tonight.
title of it,
This one
because
next time.
what I read to you, what I told you about the sampling is actually in the body of the language. It's even though their subtitle, or their title for it is dredge permitting. So if, when you look here, it says child will obtain a sampling and testing plan approved by the DEP and help the town obtain a qualified sampling contractor and testing laboratory. And so that's really, then they'll pursue licenses and permits, So it's not really purely permitting, but they need the information before you can do the permitting. In other words, you can't do it without the soil testing. So it's like Lauren and Bill said, we did the first two things in the last budget, but these were the things that would get you to a point of knowing whether this is a viable plan or not. So it's almost like the master plan committee felt like if we don't get this information, we will have spent a year and a half and X dollars of money, and we won't have the answers that we were seeking from this.
So what is the deadline for what is the deadline?
There isn't a deadline for that in terms of, the deadline, the critical deadline was the blue,
Right.
So we
for
got that.
Falcone,
So we're
right?
good with that.
So we're good with that. I just wanted us to have a big picture, because we're talking about different studies and different things, have a big picture of what the competing potential uses of these funds that we have are, because it's important, to moving these things forward, to prioritize, as we've talked about.
So
There's competing priorities for sure.
my opinion on the child's thing is I'd like to know what agency is going to take this on when you guys are done with it to move this project forward. And what Mike Dennehy's feeling is about whether this should be included as a capital project or advanced.
So the Board of Selectmen met last night. They didn't vote because they weren't properly posted for this. But did they have a discussion about these two items, Bill?
No, they're going to Monday morning.
All right, so we'll know how the Board of Selectmen votes on Monday morning on these two items on the 28th, and we'll know how the Master Plan Committee feels about these things. And I guess we can talk to the Board of Selectmen. I can, as the Master Plan Committee person, about whether they see a source of funds that could help bridge the gap before we take a vote on the rest of those. All right?
Okay.
We don't need to do anything on ULI in order to move that forward. Do you need any?
I just feel strongly that we can wait till Monday to
Okay.
have the MPIC review all of
That's fine.
the things,
And you
because
can wait until the 27th until.
Yeah, that's what I'm
ULI can wait till the 27th?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
The bottom one shouldn't, the MAPC one shouldn't.
Shouldn't what?
They shouldn't wait till the 27th.
Wait, on the right side?
Wait, what are you talking about? 40R?
You voted on the left.
40R, how long are we gonna push out 40R?
Well, I guess if you want to take a vote, but I still think out of courtesy,
I understand
we
that.
have a committee that's doing a lot of work, and that they're charged with the implementation of the master plan, and the funds are for master plan implementation. We have to at least get their opinion about it.
Okay.
But if you want to take a vote and say it's, I don't know, how would we do the vote?
Conditional approval?
Contingent upon.
Which one do you want to do? The 40R?
Thank you.
All right. So I'll take a motion to
The selectmen
support the
appointed
40R
two
amount.
members to that committee last night.
What committee?
The one they're going to set up for Falcone.
Which we've said we wanted to wait till the analysis was done before we have the committee set up.
Yeah, I thought we were part of that.
But
No?
this
Yeah, I did
is-
too.
This is one of those reports for that.
All right,
That
so
was a joint thing.
it is a joint thing, and we will have two members. But the whole thing that, I mean, we're very late here now, and maybe we can bring this up again at the next meeting for discussion about what the timing of that committee is and what they're doing, because it's the technical expertise that would be be the advisory information to any kind of negotiating, like, one person's going to say it's going to be a traffic mess, and the applicant's going to say no, it's not. And where's your intermediate expertise? That's what we're planning for here.
Right.
And so it seems like putting the cart before the horse to have a committee that doesn't have the information.
Well, you're just not going to go anywhere with it.
You're not going to go anywhere. That's my concern with it. Once you have the information, then you can sit down and say, now start talking about what you think about it, right?
Yeah.
And now you have some backup to it, to the concerns. But given what Bill said, then I would say that we could vote to have the Urban Land Institute and the MAPC funds of 21.5, and that it would be contingent upon support from the Board of Selectmen and the Master Plan Committee.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to adjourn?
Second? All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.